I know a thing or two about pushing buttons. I know a thing or two about hitting buttons.
Okay. Okay, buttons.
Do the buttons that you put on the thing, do they make me sound on the internet?
Yeah. Sound is on the internet. Buttons were hit.
Uh-huh.
And, audio is being converted into
a WAV file or MP3
into a
file.
format
Oh, that's super.
that is compressing.
You know what's...
And being injected into people's ears.
Oh, that's good. You know what that makes me think of? Because you started to do the buttons. You started to tip it to tap it.
Buttons.
And you weren't looking at me. You were looking at the thing.
Yeah.
And you muttered this vague, personless dialogue, which may not even be on the recording, which was, okay, hold on. Hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
And it reminds me of a clip somebody sent me from a recent stream that you did, in which you described that the person who came up with the hold on emote is a genius, because that is something that everybody can relate to on Twitch. Did you ever follow up on that statement even a little?
It's your fucking emote.
Of course it's my emote.
All right.
Of course it's my emote.
Well,
do you know where that came from? I did a fucking stream where I did 90 minutes of tech support on my own stream because I couldn't get something to fucking work.
And you kept saying,
and just said, hold on. And then people were like, you should make that into an emote. And I think my buddy Stryden made it.
Yeah. Okay. Fair. Yeah. No.
I had a fun moment
Good
where
legs.
I'm browsing the subreddit, and it's just this clip from what? Woolie calls Pat a genius? Okay, wait, this must be a joke. And sure enough, it's you just wow, whoever came up with that is so smart. So smart.
It's, yeah.
And I was like, I was like just nipple rubbing, just, oh, can't wait to bring this up. I hope there is absolutely no follow-up to this at all. Because I would be like, if I had started that spiel and you did anything but look at me with a kind of vacant look, it's like, we all see it coming. It's gonna be a moment, but no, of course,
Yeah, it's got legs. That's an emote with legs.
It's perfect for many situations.
That's what you're looking for generally. The attributes of a good emote are the attributes that you lack in real life.
You know what? I'm sorry. I had trouble hearing you over the loud crunch of me opening up my delicious sugar-free Red Bull.
Hidden behind the microphone, no less. And if you're trying to hit the visual on this audio podcast.
Yeah, well, I that's why I opened it so closely to the microphone. Boy,
Slurp.
So delicious that the sugar-free raises my risk of stroke significantly.
Yum energy drink.
Delicious.
All right.
Good for you.
Well, for giving you wings.
Yes. Then they had to take that out because people were like, it lets me fly, and they're like, no. And then advertising agencies were like, or regulatory bodies were like, you really can't tell people that this thing will make them fly because people is fucking dumb.
Well, either way, get into fighting games. Off to a rollicking good start with with the waves, the social media waves coming off of that. So good times. Yeah. I'm trying to like, has there ever been a channel that has just changed its name to RB Castle Super Beast? Has there been a full-on rebrand where the name of the channel itself is sponsored?
If I had like a joke like shirt or Red Bull hat that somebody I would absolutely be wearing it right now.
Yeah, well,
just
that's
for the full effect.
Well, the honest truth is like right when that whole there's a hilarious Twitter war involving Red Bull that happened earlier this week.
I told Red Bull that I loved them, and Red Bull did not reciprocate my love. They just said to keep on.
Well, the fun part was finding out that like all this was happening as you were live. So each version of the updated story was greeted with a live footage reaction of you screaming, "No!"
Listen. So over the weekend,
so
Red
on
Bull
and so
paid
forth.
attention to Woolie, but not to me, and I was very upset by this.
Well, that's because great minds think alike, and we
Legally distinctly alike.
yeah, and brands that meme together, dream together.
Fuck off.
That's where we're going.
That being said, the original point that you made, which was sometimes you have to take the L so you can get a win later, I feel is a significant addendum to just straight up play to win.
Yes, it is, and that was the point. Is play to win is not the first step. You got to play to learn first.
Because play to win can also be self-defeating. Like, Pat, that child doesn't know how to play the game. Play to win.
Yeah,
like that. That helps no one.
It was necessary, and it was necessary at a time when people were coming off of arcade culture with a feeling that like there are certain things that are cheap, and there are certain things you just should not do.
It was necessary in a world in which scrub quotes were not relegated to that one guy's really funny Twitter account.
Exactly.
They were in front of you, physically accosting you.
Yes. Every single time you'd go out to an arcade or play locally with somebody, and at some point in the mid 2000s, I read a chapter of Vagabond where Miyamoto Musashi, in a bid to not get fucking killed, grabs some dirt and throws it in a guy's eye.
Yep.
And just fucking hightails it out of his sword range. Mm-hmm. And everyone's like, what the fuck? What a scumbag. Where's your honor? And he's like, eat shit. I'm trying not to die.
I'm alive now.
And I was like, oh.
Reminds me of this. So over on Core A Gaming, oh god, what video was this? I forget what it was. It was one of the recent ones, but he interviews an old Korean Tekken player and describes how, back in the day, low kicks just, the old guy, they'd really look down on you if you'd use those low kicks. And I can tell even now, the pro guys who are from that era, they still don't like it, but they're just quiet. They just don't talk about it. So, like, they're going to tournaments. They're placing top 8 in tournaments, and they're just going like, I can't believe everyone's doing these cheap-ass low kicks.
I mean, the hilarious thing with, like, throws in particular early on was that there was no teching.
Yeah.
So throwing was just...
Yeah, let's do a history lesson for a second.
A massive chunk of your life.
In Street Fighter 2, throws are a crime.
Throws are supers. Throws are supers in Street Fighter 2.
A fifth of your life bar?
You're a full, like, sometimes quarter. Depends on the character.
There's no tech.
There's
no way to get out of it. The range is extraordinarily ambiguous.
And I mean, when they eventually did add teching, they only added teching to throws that were like physical, actual throws.
They didn't add teching to shit like fucking Balrog's headbutt.
Yeah, so multi-hitting,
which is the real problem.
Multi-hitting grabs ended up being things that were like, no tech on this. You just got to mash to get out faster. You're gonna eat damage either way. It was insane.
Like you remember the guy, whoever the fucking first guy was, who figured out it's like, I can do the throw and then I can just walk a little bit and then do a punch and then do the throw. And then the situation around the cabinet would often escalate.
The fight takes to real life is what would happen.
And particularly for anyone that's younger than us, like we're at that point where we now have to, because arcades have been gone for longer than some of people listening to this have been alive, right?
Sure.
It's like you're taking that man's money.
Yeah.
That man put money. It's a tiny piece of money. Mm-hmm. It's a quarter, but I took it away from you.
Yeah. It became 50 cents very quickly, to be perfectly honest. But that's exactly it. And then you didn't have an understanding of like why throws need to exist, right? There was no thinking about the game on a level where where you think that there's a rock, a paper, and a scissors that needs to occur. You kind of just thought there was there was attacking and there was blocking. And I mean, even the kids that were older than that, there was kids that were teenagers that still didn't really you're just like, you're like, no, I attack or I block, and you just do shit.
How could you know that? It was the dawn of fighting games.
Exactly. So the idea, what was amazing is that the fucking Akira Nishitani knew that.
Yeah.
You know, and the Capcom knew that, and they understood right away when they were making the game that they're like, oh, just blocking is a problem. We need to have a reason for people to not just do that for the whole round, you know? And then they came up with throws. But yes, that was absolutely a way to fucking escalate the situation. And all this led to a code of nobility that existed in a way where you'd also offer up second rounds if you won the first one to guarantee that we can get to play more. Now, that I understand.
That was a hyper popular house rule.
Yes. That I completely understand, because that was one where at the end of the day, we both put money into this and we're not going to get to play it anywhere else, and we need training time.
Yeah. So
round 2 was the lab, right? You were allowed to lab in round 2 because there was no other time you were going to get to train. So whoever wins the first round...
Especially in matches where it's like that first round was easy.
Basically, right? But of course, the one thing is like if you had to kind of know the person you were playing with, because if you're both just strangers and you give them a round 2, then it's like, well, now if they're going to win that second one, then you lose your quarter. So that was kind of the thing, is you're allowed to be like, I'd rather keep my quarter, you know? But in general, that round 2 was the only time you're going to get to really test shit out.
Do stupid bullshit.
You see some things that someone else on another cabinet did and you want to figure out what the fuck happened.
Or someone told you some fucking lie.
Yeah.
And you wanted to see if you could do it because it sounded crazy. Oh, it was a fucking lie.
If you pause the frame when Chun-Li does her fireball, you can see her butt. You totally can see her butt.
Yeah.
Or Guile's handcuffs. What the fuck? What kind of garbage is that?
Yo, man, I played a version of the game that had Scorpion in it, and he threw the spear at Ryu, and his head came off. It was crazy. No, for real. I played it out in Buffalo. You didn't. I was on vacation with my folks with Niagara Falls.
No, I saw a version of the game. Yo, everyone was changing mid-fight into different characters, and in the beginning they floated up into the air, and then you could do air Hadokens. It was fucking crazy. Why are you such a liar, Dylan? Why are you fucking lying?
You know what?
Bringing all these lies to class again.
I'm thinking back. It's like that was a wild era where it was at best proto-internet.
Well, word of mouth was what the game first had as special moves were hidden.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and then you had the cabs with the fucking things on the whatchamacallit.
Yeah, but those were almost never the whole.
And or you'd see some other dirty cab that was just the game was translated into, and you wouldn't get it moves, so people had to go word of mouth to figure out specials. So you were already listening to rumors.
And then you get
for Street Fighter.
Then you get Jimmy, and Jimmy's just like, I'm just gonna fucking lie about some bullshit. And I'm thinking about how that never. I always lamented that the era of the huge, obviously fake lie that the guy seems to believe themselves, they're so adamant, it was gone.
Yeah.
But then I realized it's not gone.
Yeah.
It just changed. It changed into fabricated falsity. So, hey, dude, if you do blah, 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 and then you can fight fucking Sapphire Weapon, you can get Eris back to life. Whoa. Right?
Yeah.
You remember that guy? I remember that guy. So that used to just be like, I'm full of shit, blah, blah, blah. But you had no way to confirm it because it was always like some ridiculous process, right? This is now turned into, hey, if you do this, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, yeah, you're full of shit. Up comes, here's a video of me doing it.
Right.
That I hacked together with Cheat Engine and model rips. Wow, that looks super real.
I mean, once upon a time there was when my cousin Marlon came home and was like, I just got back from the arcade down at Spot Bowling and I seen Street Fighter with a new version, and there's this new girl in it and she's British, and then there's this this crazy big Native American guy, and then there's a Jamaican in the game, and I was like, you're just lying.
Stop it.
Marlon. Why are you full of shit?
And that's my.
Why are you full of shit? And he's like, no, because the whole thing was our family in Jamaica representing. So I'm like, they put Jamaica in the game. There's a stage and everything. And I'm just like, you're just the fucking worst. You're gonna come and you're gonna lie to me on the Sabbath. You're gonna lie to me on the Sabbath, Marlon. Oh my God. For real? And he's like, no. And he does he goes like max out, and then he does the whole thing, and he's getting really hyped for it. And he's like, yeah, Jamaica's being rap. And I'm like, you're just the worst. You're the oldest, and you're literally fucking coming to bringing this bullshit back to the house.
Oh my God.
And just lying at all of us. How dare you on the Sabbath?
I can think of very few more like either depressing or just like angry moments of like, I'm telling you the truth, just being met with like flat out like, why you lying? Why you lying?
Like zero fucking
dude,
chance.
There is free ice cream. Just talk to that guy. He will give you free ice cream. Right? Why are you trying to trick me to talk to that weird man? Because he's giving free ice cream.
Like, Bruce Lee is in the game.
What? Shut up. That's a lie.
Like another grappler's in the game, and they put a Jamaican in it. And we're just like, and there's no way to prove this. I can't leave the house.
Wait, just take a picture with your phone.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Zero. I just sat in the house and went, you lied, and that's the end of it.
I'm not even gonna attempt to look at.
And he could only give me whatever details based on the rounds he peeked and saw a little bit. So for sure they didn't see. It was just that remained in the hard lie case for a while until I want to say like the Game Pro came out where they were on the fucking cover with the new challengers.
Did he grab it and shove it in your face?
No, I think when we actually saw it, we just kind of went like, oh shit, oh fuck, oh, and then whatever. He wasn't around.
Did you apologize to this man?
I don't think we ever apologized. Whatever.
You asshole.
Oh, he deserved it.
Oh yeah.
He did dirt.
What? Oh sure.
He did. He fucked with us anyway, so he deserved it. But regardless. He fucking...
fuck him!
Yeah, we're out. And then you saw the words maximum, and it was like, oh shit, no matter which side you're playing on.
And then you saw his big-ass smile, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah. It's fine. Turns out he wasn't that great. But hey, Jamaica got represented. Even though the stage kind of looks like Cuba, and the music is a little like Cuba.
It really looks a little bit like Central America.
But it's okay.
More than the islands.
They tried.
They could have done worse.
Yeah.
We know this.
We actually hard confirmed that they could have done worse. Anyway, so all that to say that playing to win is the mentality that needed to come into existence so that people would realize that throwing is not cheap. Low kicks are not cheap. Low punches are not cheap. Follow-up attacks in Virtua Fighter are not cheap. Doing the
jumping off the stage to chase someone and smash is not cheap.
Ring outs in Soul Calibur.
Oh, you want to talk? Man, it was like traveling back in time to fucking 94 when fucking VF and Soul Cal were ahead in the day with fucking ring outs. Holy shit.
You know what? I'm still kind of not fully convinced on the ring outs though, because you get it'll never be gone. Like it'll always be, hey, yeah, nice, good ring out. But in initial reactions, you motherfucker, motherfucker, how dare you?
How many times have you been ringed out by a Jackie player doing that fucking somersault, and you just go, the whole match didn't matter at all. It was just this
decision.
It was just him holding up back in that fucking kick, a move that has only gotten stronger over the decades.
I might be wrong, but I don't think the first Guilty Gear ever came to arcades. I'm not sure.
No, I think it was a PS1 game.
I think it was just PS1.
I could be wrong, obviously.
And I want to say that that was probably a brilliant decision, because the idea of hitting someone with an with an instant kill and losing the match in round one is like, holy shit, you're getting stabbed.
Doesn't matter how bad the move is. Like, people are gonna get hit with it
because it's like this is not a time frame when people are thinking, "Oh, I should probably just block when I see you activate."
Come out like 97,
yeah, early enough. Someone's doing their instant kill, and you're gonna get hit with it because you're jumping around pressing buttons like an idiot, and now you die and you don't get a second round, and it's like, holy shit, that's your money. That's your money gone for bullshit. No way you're getting out of there without a knife in your body.
Was Axel in Guilty Gear Original?
Axel Rose?
Axel Lowe.
Axel Lowe, rather? I don't think so. I think he was GGX.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, like, you take Axel...
Maybe, yeah.
You take Axel, because remember his IK is the whole floor?
Yeah.
That's the one. That's the one to pick to get stabbed.
I mean, there's... Yeah, he was in the first game. Yeah.
He was...
But just definitely a good decision not putting that in a place where money was on the line immediately. That's for sure.
When did Marvel 2 come out? Like 2001?
2001 was CVS.
Okay.
Marvel 2 couldn't have been too far before that.
Because Marvel 2 was still...
A little bit
still
before that.
Needed play to win. Because Marvel 2 is cheap.
It
is fucked up.
But so was X-Men versus Street Fighter when it first came out.
Anything as fucked up as fucking Marvel 2?
I mean, like Marvel 2, like it all like there's infinites and all kinds of garbage in those games, but Marvel 2 just kind of said fuck it and threw it all to the wind and said figure it out on your own.
Yeah.
Which they did very, very, very efficiently. But yeah, you had to have a mentality out there that was like, listen, what you were trying to do here is win the match, and anything that the devs put in the game is a tool that you're meant to use if you can. So don't feel like you should be don't think that extraneous things should like badger you out of trying to win the game if you can do whatever
especially
it takes.
In an era in which like the devs only had one shot to put this in because there's no patching, or you get arcade revisions, but that was a whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
Right? It's like they didn't put it in there unless they were pretty sure. You know what I think the most ridiculous one I ever encountered was a guy who tried to convince me that running in Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 or
cheap?
MK3 was cheap.
Wow.
It's like it's a dedicated fucking button on the board.
That's interesting. That's fucking good.
That's like, because in MK2 you can't run. So it's like...
If you get hit by Paul's unblockable punch... That was cheap.
That's cheap. Unblockables are cheap.
Just back and fucking Yoshimitsu stab.
Summon Suffering? Ivy Summon Suffering? Look how much damage that did. That's cheap as fuck.
Yeah.
Let's ignore the fact that thing has the most asinine, over-complex input ever for no reason.
So, left to our own devices, we are feeble creatures that will come up with bullshit reasons why we didn't win. And Johns are a natural evolution. Right, Johns are a part of humanity. We all have John inside, and John comes out.
I
play to win exists to fight John.
Yeah.
Right, and
what a horrible legacy. What's John up to now?
Who knows?
Probably not still playing Smash Brother.
One would imagine he got out of the game. One would imagine he made the switch to Bloodstorm, but eventually, then you have to have. Then once fighting games stop becoming like once the fighting game community is no longer at the bottom of Blighttown.
Yes.
Right?
We're clothed. We're bathed.
Once we can see that the arcade cabinets are not way down in the pits, and you've got to get past the masked man blowing the darts at you to get down there and play the games. Then you go, okay, I actually want to learn how to play this. Maybe I should give this cleared out Blighttown a risk. And you still have to walk through the empty Blighttown. That it's better lit. The frame rate is a little bit better.
Yeah.
But it's still a pretty sketchy place sliding down those ladders. And you're like, let's go walk down to those arcades. They're right down there. And you eventually do that, and it's like, hey, we're more inviting now. We put up a sign. The sign that says like Blighttown is crossed out, and it says like, casuals welcome, new players welcome, And so you're kind of fucking edging your way down through the muck, and you're like, I'm not poisoned, it's okay, and
I feel like
that's when you need to have someone tell you, hey, it's okay. Don't play to win, play to learn, because you're not going to win those first couple rounds. Why? Because you're ankle deep in toxic. So that's going to kill you no matter what. So don't worry about the losses for now.
I'm just thinking back to, you remember everybody making fun of 09ers? By the way, to those of you who don't know, 09ers are people who got into fighting games in 09 with Street Fighter 4. And people making fun of them. It's like, these kids, whatever. So I think that might have been the fucking most positive thing to happen to fighting games in like over a decade. Because that having to deal with the 09ers, using big ass air quotes, is what led to Casual's Welcome.
Yeah.
It led, because prior, like 08 and prior,
Berenstain Bears,
that
no
was
girls
a
allowed.
Fucking locked in, gated community of toxic motherfuckers.
Oh no, we're staring over, no girls allowed, Berenstain Bears. We're looking down through the sign like, no Homer's Club.
So you want to play? The man says as he sharpens a knife.
Yeah. Eat. Come. Like
it was the kind of place where, hey man, that guy looks new. Okay, fucking rush him so that he fucking quits the game. Like beat him so bad he never comes back. Was like the prevailing mentality.
And 1 out of 30 might, and then you crush them again, and then they're gone.
Yeah.
But then 1 out of 50 of those that come back a second time come back a third time.
Yeah.
And then you go, all right, maybe. But first, keep crushing him for a while. And if he's got money, then you're like, all right, yeah.
Only those with the spirits that can endure this weird ritualistic fighting game-based hazing can play in this arena.
Although also eventually the rich kid who had it on at home that knew everything
came in and fucking
and
your
just
asses.
because he had a lab. He had a lab before anyone else, and then it was like, oh fuck, oh shit, the game has changed. Cue fucking Tron Uprising soundtrack. Like that got way different when people would come up with their actual lab time. And then you had to fight against like actual legit console players.
Man, fuck. Oh man, that's. I remember. So God, which one was it? It was one of the Tekken games. Let you
5
plug in a controller.
5,
right? That's so
Peanut
wild,
butter in the slot.
right?
Yep.
That was so wild.
Yep. Home players.
I have never seen a Tekken 5 cabinet that didn't have those things ruined.
Exactly.
And I always in the back of my mind was like, are these like arcade players making sure? Are they making
is this
sure
insurance?
that console players aren't coming down to their arcade?
Maybe that's the first time I've actually had that theory put together.
Not once did I see a working controller port on those things.
Yeah,
they were always destroyed with gum or peanut butter or some shit. And gum, I could understand, right? Oh, I'm chewing gum, man, ruined. Peanut butter, that's so wild. You had to bring peanut butter to the arcade.
No, again, you're pulling it out of your lunch bag because you were that much of a child. I definitely,
Oh, that's okay.
You're pulling it out of your lunch bag. That's what's happening.
Smear it.
But the fact that it was fucking it could have been deliberate. I never considered that angle of it. What's funny is nowadays, if I were to go back, like I've played so much more Tekken on pad that I would absolutely plug a pad in. 100% be a pad warrior in that. It'd be super weird, but
Tekken's weird for me in that I'm right on the middle. It's like I don't know which I'd rather play because Tekken maps its buttons perfectly well to a controller.
Mm-hmm. And you don't have to do like inputs on the stick are not so over the top that like you have to really really worry. But if you're doing Korean backdashing and shit like that, then like you fucking gotta be on point with it, But that's possibly why that happened. But all that to say that 09ers play to learn. that whole thing.
There are 09ers that have won Evo.
Absolutely.
So
the second best player in Montreal for a very long time was an 09er.
Oh.
And that was a very clear, hey everybody, shut the fuck up about your elitism. Like, here's a dude that was like brand new, first fighting game he ever played was Street Fighter 4, and he's crushing all of you at it.
You were all, weak before his tiny might.
It was incredible. Shoutouts to Snafu. Dude fucking absolutely ripped a tear through the local community with for being his first fighting game. And in fact, it was one of the first dudes we ever fought in bracket back at the Dawson tournament.
Oh, wow. Hey, look, I'm getting upset in my chest. It's irrational. It's irrational, but I'm getting, fucking upset, right? And the people who couldn't move past that feeling, of course they'd be, fucking mad. Because, man, I've been playing this shit forever. I can't believe this young new upstart. I was all-state back in football. Right.
You ready for it? You ready for it? That was 10 years ago. That was a fucking decade.
In just a couple weeks, yeah. That was 10 years ago.
10 fucking years.
That's wild.
Beyond wild. I don't even know how to, that's beyond setting in. That's just bathe me in it.
Because my mind, 09 was I don't know, a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's because, and I think it's just because, we're the exact age where, everything before that, school years are longer and much more, life is so much, you had lived so little life that every year was a considerable percentage of your life. So
that is actually the exact specific reason why years seem to go faster.
Really?
It is because they represent a smaller percentage of your overall span of memory.
When you turn 10, that last year of your life
was actually it's more like 1/6 of your life
of memory. Yeah, right. If you're considering, chop the first 3 off.
Yeah, they're not. Maybe 4 tops.
So then you turn. You know what I mean? So every year after that is a huge percentage of your entire existence. So when we hit, 15, you're still just fuck, that's huge. That's a huge part of my existence.
You know what that reminds me? Oh, God. You remember, I don't know if this was everybody, but back when games, you'd be opening up EGM. You'd be opening up EGM 97. Oh, hey, game has been delayed from this holiday season to summer. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck! Mm-hmm. Oh my god! I have to wait till the end of the fucking school year. Are you? Oh my god! That's bullshit. Now it gets delayed a year, 2 years. Oh yeah, that's fine. Don't worry, man. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. That's
I'm
cool.
gonna be in grade 9 by then.
I won't even care about Street Fighter then. Whatever,
a new system's gonna be out.
Yeah.
That was always the one too. It was just the thought that oh no, what if a new system comes out? Because that's well, we've talked about the whole you get the Christmas gift and that's what's happening, but
or not
positioning to open negotiations on the possibility of a consideration of getting a different console.
You say kids or young people aren't smart. I remember setting up the groundwork to get consoles 18 months ahead of time.
Wow.
Right?
Wow,
just as soon as I knew the new one would be the PS2, it's man, this it looks pretty old. I mean, your games look great, Pat. Nothing looks better. You're crazy. I don't know. They're running. They're not making games for it anymore. It's just trying to get that, and then you go on this oh wow, Dad, look at that. I remember the game was Final Fantasy X. That was the game that got me a PlayStation 2.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, holy shit! And remember that other one? Oh man, that looks crazy. Oh wow, hey, I have I saved up $200. And it's you gotta thread that needle of annoyance, of just okay, the parents already been annoyed for a year about this.
Yeah.
Are they willing to be annoyed about it for another year? No, they're not.
Can we get a pool dad? Can we get a pool dad? Can we get a pool? I think he gets the picture. Yeah. In particular, with my case, I definitely remember the okay, so what you need to do is maximize the what I want to call the home shoppers network countdown timer.
Okay.
Right? Apply that to real life. So, oh fuck. Oh shit, Gavin's selling his Dreamcast.
Oh,
Gavin's selling his Dreamcast, okay? And he's selling it with a controller, of VMU, and 4 of his games.
And he's selling it for $150.
But it's now.
It's got to be right now.
You don't understand.
Right? No. This is the deal of a century.
Choi is already talking to him right now. I can't. Right? And on top of that, and here's the thing.
That's really smart.
Mom, he also figured out a way so that he's got these burns of other games. So it's we're not even going to have to spend on the other shit because he's got these burned games and that's already a hookup.
Yeah.
So it's practically a fucking $1,000 deal
right now.
But we got to get it immediately.
Yeah, it's
okay, cool. Yeah. That's happening, right? And it's okay, but I want, and there would always be a sort of okay, but your next report card needs to be yeah. So it'll be okay, how about that? And it'll be but that's months away. So
I don't have to think about that right now.
Okay, get it now.
Yeah.
And then if I fail or it's not below, then you take the console,
take it away.
Yeah. But
and in your mind, you're thinking, well, that's Future Woolie. Who gives a shit about Future Woolie?
Of course.
But 2, even if that gets taken away, I still have it now.
It's in the house. Yeah, exactly. And it's in the house. I can just earn it back.
I remember being able to convince my dad to get upgrades for the PC because, if we got upgrades for the PC, made it faster, and got a CD burner, I wouldn't have to buy any PlayStation games anymore at all.
Right.
And it's bam, done deal.
Yeah. What big one investment. Now the thing with that, of course, is so that goes down. The report card is in fucking whatever. It's in Futureland. Who cares?
Yeah,
right?
fuck it.
But we got it now, and the things are all set up, but only one controller. And it's well, hey, now look.
Listen.
I mean, we got one, and that's cool and all, but
we can go all Cain and Abel in the household.
Quite frankly. Or, you know what I mean? So let's shell up a little bit and pony up a little bit, and we can fucking take care of this right now. Right here.
Yeah.
How about we head out in the back? No contracts, no deals. I don't have to ring this up on the register. And bada bing, bada boom, we're taken care of.
Yep.
There's and then let me head down to the microplate on the street, grab us another controller, maybe another VMU. Who knows?
Oh, yeah. Well,
who knows? 2 VMUs. Extra storage space. I mean, look, you hear the first one, it's beeping all the time. It's out of batteries. That's the problem. That's the problem is it starts beeping after a while, right? You can't stop the beeping. What about new battery? You can't stop the beeping.
No.
So we got to get a new one. So let's get me that. You get me the controller. We get that extra VMU. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good. There's 4 slots there. I mean, we don't worry about that. And
you don't need that.
And then you you set it all up. And that was jockeying on the situation. And of course, Gavin was yeah, dude, I'll hold it for you, whatever. It's okay, fucking just not too loud.
And now
not too loud on the phone.
And now we live in this fucked up universe in which the average child, it's oh yeah, no, my older brother or my older sister or my mom just gave me their old PlayStation 3.
Oh, yeah.
Or what?
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
Oh,
that world.
Oh, your parents are into it.
Yeah.
So you didn't have to hustle it because your parents didn't have to hustle themselves.
Yeah.
They just got it. And it's
now here's the real hustle though. Here's the real fucking setup, right? Were you able to work it in such a way that the handhelds existed on their own budget and timeline? Because that's the real tricky shit. If you can follow the handheld timeline separate from the console budget,
so
you're fucking living big.
I might have been able to do that.
Because that's hard.
I might have been able to do that. I had a thing set up where it's long-term Christmas would have been consoles, right? Every 4 or 5 Christmases, bam, new console, right? Maybe birthdays, because the trick was that I had a brother and sister. My brother played games just as much as me, my sister a little bit. So it's like, oh, it could be a gift for all, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Handhelds didn't have that thing because they're handhelds. They're necessarily more, personal.
Yep.
Right? And I might have been able to get that going, except the first handheld I aimed at was the Game Gear. Thing sucked, barely played it.
Right.
Any other attempt after that was like,
Right.
But you never played that other one you got ages ago.
Yeah.
Fuck this.
Yeah. No, that's
like if I aimed at a Game Boy or a Game Boy Color, fucking whatever, fucking no problem. But I missed.
See, because that's the thing is like once it got set up, right? Once it got established with that original, and then I don't even know what happened to it, but I didn't have that original I had it for a while, and I went through all those games and whatnot. But once you had that established, that you're like, okay, it's a different toy.
Yeah.
It's not the same as the Nintendo.
No, it's very different.
This is a different toy. This is coming on the road in the car.
See?
Right?
I'm quiet. Look at me being
exactly.
quiet.
And that green one right there, that was how Pokemon was played on trips, where you don't have to worry about taking care of me or being up to mischief or whatever bullshit. Because look, this is a pacifier. There you go, you know what I mean? Like, no problem. And you basically set it up to be that kind of thing. And then in addition to that, of course, like, you have the fact that, like, if you're willing to go and, like, buy a game for it, with your own money that you've gotten for your birthday or whatever, and your brother spends his money on his own thing, it very clearly makes it like, this is not the family Nintendo.
No,
this is mine.
Yeah.
And then that meant that you create that shift, that thing, and then suddenly when a new Game Boy Advance comes out or whatever's happening, and it's like, oh, but you just got a console. It's like, no. This is different. We don't. Okay, like, come on, what are we doing here? Exactly.
What are you talking about?
So yeah, you create a very clear gap in the two, so that you can piggyback fucking expenses, and they don't feel like you're spending on the same thing. Very important. Crucial.
Listen, adult, I know you adults don't know anything about video games, so I'm gonna trick you. I'm gonna fucking trick you.
There was literally no other way.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do? Not play the game? What kind of fucking crazy backwards ass world do we live in?
I remember the day that, like, society changed, and it was the day that my brother and I were playing Sega Genesis. And my mom came, why don't you kids go out and play baseball with the other kids in the neighborhood instead of playing these things? And we looked at her and was like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Baseball?
Right.
With who?
Yeah.
She's like, I don't know, just kids around.
Yeah.
We're like, what?
Like,
What? Like, we were so confused, and she was also confused.
Like, we can sit here, we can play our games, or we can go outside to the arcade and play some games, or we can go to the comic book shop
and look at the magazines about games.
And then in the back they had the TVs running where we'd then play some games.
Alternatively, we could go to the store, look at the games, talk about what games we want to buy or rent later.
Or I can head over to fucking Kingsley's house and play some fucking game. Like, what do you want?
Or I can go to a street corner and shoot meth.
Yeah.
Is that what you want, Mom?
Yeah. It actually
meth didn't exist at that point in time, so this kind of screws up.
But it actually kind of helped that there was a literal gang roving the streets of our neighborhood, literally, like, within the block we were on. So it was like, yeah, you can go outside and play in the streets, but do you really want that, considering the history we've had?
I think the biggest mistake my mother ever made was letting me overhear the words she said to my dad. Was like, well, at least he's not hanging out on some street corner with some bad kids or something, when they were like, Dad was complaining, oh, all the kids do is stay in and play. And I overheard that, and that got rolled into, it's like, listen, we could go hang out, and I don't know when I'll be back. Or we could go to Blockbuster. I could get a rental for this fucking game. Like, oh man,
Well, because once upon a time, like, because here's the thing, like, especially when you live out in the super suburby areas, there's the roving bike pack, right? And that's like in their head, what it was the kids from Stranger Things, just doing their laps around town on their bikes,
having adventures,
right? But then eventually that updated to, oh no, that's a roving pack of gang. That is a roving murder of crows.
So I grew up.
You can tell because they have the fucking bandana colors on their handlebars.
Yeah, I grew up nearly explicitly in the suburbs, and like the idealized version that I think my parents thought would exist was, oh, the kids will go ride the bikes and have fun adventures like the Stranger Things, right? You gotta go to. It's like, you know what that is? That's a bunch of bored kids.
Yeah.
That for whatever reason can't be at home, and they're bored, and they're gonna get up to something. They might be, I don't know, huffing paint at your local playground or whatever, but they're bored. Like, I'm still, if I see like a bunch of kids riding bikes and they look bored, that makes me like I don't like it.
Yes, because the deal was, like, the same kids that jumped my fucking brother, the same kids that fucking ended up stabbing a dude near the metro where we lived, were the same guys that also rode their bikes to chase another dude through the park that was across from us and, like, fucking, like, jumped him at the end of it. But it's like, the bike thing is not the innocent stranger kids thing anymore. That's gone now.
No.
So outside is now actually, like, random battle zone. And you know, you still need to let us travel and learn how to fucking wander the overworld, because you gotta get those skills.
The only reason anyone would ever be outside is because it's too fucked up to stay at home. So think about what those people are like.
Yeah. No, it definitely, your parents needed, they pushed off that update. The PvP update. Yeah. There was a PvP update to the world, and they were like, "Nah, I'll install it later."
It's like,
I'll install it later.
It's
like, nah, it's happening now though. like
I'd still go out and hang out with like friends of mine in elementary school, like at the local park, and whatever, just to hang out, be stupid kids. But it's like every time we were not at home playing video games and we're playing outside, we're doing some stupid shit. Like, stupid fucking shit that I'm shocked, like, no one got, like, killed. Just like, hey, let's see if we can jump off this thing. Why? Because we're stupid kids and we're bored because our parents all kicked us out of the house on Saturday because they don't want us playing video games or possibly other reasons. But, like, hey, you know what my favorite one was? Hey, let's get Daniel. He's big, right? Let's get Eric and tell him to hug the center of the fucking merry-go-round.
Yeah.
And let's see if we can all fucking spin it so hard that he flies out.
Yeah.
Guess what? You totally can. Even children can spin that shit real hard.
Death Trap fucking playground also being a thing. The one in particular, and I never fucking got over it, but it's just like, yeah, you see those as monkey bars designed for kids to swing off of and occasionally fall and break their shoulder at worst.
Yeah.
What you don't see is that as the jump on top and run on the bars while we're playing tag game. Ooh. And that's what
Nobody was doing that around my
that's what we were doing.
That's fool.
And
ballsy.
It was fucking like, yeah, it got super fucking dicey. Running on the bars, like that level of bullshit. I'm like, you're gonna die if you fucking fall off of that height. Like you hit your neck and you're done, But no one fucking saw that in the design. They didn't think that would happen, but it totally did. We found ways to play super dangerous on the quote unquote safe shit.
I'm sure I've told both of these versions at some point somewhere, but it's ages old and this is appropriate. There were 2 games in my local neighborhood. One was specific to my elementary school, I later found out, that I look back on and go, oh, these were fatality machines that somehow never caused fatalities. Must be some natural effect of kids being bouncy or some shit. One was, this was not unique, Sandman. which was Marco Polo on the sand playground. Right?
Okay.
So you have the playground thing that has like the corridors and the jungle gym and the slide. It's all connected and shit.
Yeah.
So you're playing Marco Polo with 3 or 4 kids and with the Sandman. And it's under Marco Polo rules. He says, Sandman, when you're on the sand, you're out, right? But just like Marco Polo, that kid's got to close their fucking eyes. But you're running around this playground.
Oh my god.
Blind.
Oh my god. Okay.
You're climbing on top of shit to try and catch the kid. Remember the domed plastic ones that were like pyramids that were super hard to get on top of?
Yes.
People are standing straight up on top of that to try and get
eyes closed.
Right?
Okay.
Well, no, they can have their, but you're trying to climb on top of it with your eyes closed. It's like, Sandman, God fucking forbid you fall. But like just running around, just clip your own head on something, right? That's bad. But nothing. I've never even heard of this being played elsewhere, so it might have been my elementary school was fucked up. We called it King of the Hill or King of the Mountain. I forget what the fuck it was. But you ever see those monkey bars that are just big arches? It's like just a single parabolic arch.
Yeah, up and then down, yeah.
Right. It's like, and then, there's tall ones and there's shorter ones. So this one was, I don't know, it was a taller one. And I was like, I don't know, like, it seemed like 1,000,000 feet tall when I was a kid. It's probably only like 8 feet tall total, right? To the point where you could hang from the top.
1,000,000 feet tall.
You could drop, it's like 3 or 4 feet, right? So the game that we would play is all the kids would line up on one side or the other, and it wasn't teams, it was just whoever could stay until the end of recess, and you would hang at the absolute top. 2 kids would hang and face each other, and the goal was to kick the other kid in the face.
Oh yeah,
until he fell off. You remember that?
Well, we did that, but it wasn't kick the other kid in the face. It was like American Gladiators style, wrap around and like use your weight to yank them off the bars.
So that's what it started as.
Right.
When I first started to go to that school. But then, God,
then the meta gets formed, and then you realize kicking for the wrist is a better
so then
use of your time.
Figured out, a kid kicked another kid in the face, and that kid dropped like a sack of potatoes. And then everyone went, oh,
he won.
That's
the new meta.
and then it became like, are you kicking him in the face, or are you trying to smash their fingers?
Play to win.
I would usually go for the fingers. Since I was so short, I was really short. It was so much more easy for me to get my legs up high and just crush those kids' fingers.
Like, what are we doing here? We're wasting time trying to do the raps? Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you felt like fucking going all in, you could just Donkey Kong it and like completely wrap and then put your whole body on it, and now you're both gonna fall because he's not holding up both body weights, and whoever touches the ground first loses.
And then I remember I always mention this one kid at my elementary school, Daniel. He was so much bigger than the other. He was like a foot taller than everyone else. Mm-hmm. He created the ultimate meta because it was only for him. And he's strong enough to hold himself by one arm.
Oh.
And then just take his hand and unclasp your hands.
Yeah, you can't. There's no coming back from that.
And what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, there's no coming back from that.
Fuck you. Oh.
Yeah.
He was a really nice kid, too. He's just so much bigger than everybody else. It was like, no, he wins. You win.
That's the grappler. 100%. Yeah. No QA. No QA on playgrounds. Nope.
That playground's where I lost a bunch of my teeth.
Oh God, how many times did I fucking twist my ankle jumping way too high off the swing? You stand up you do the normal swing, and then you stand up, and you do the thing where you pull back the chain and your feet like bend.
Oh yeah.
So that you get that extra swing and
you're going.
You hit, and then the parabolic arc that you're swinging on is one where you're now hitting back at the
you're doing 180 degrees.
Yeah, you're at the 9 o'clock.
Yeah,
right? You're at the 9 o'clock,
and you're going all the way to 3 o'clock,
and your stomach is lurching because you're now completely at 0.
There's a really horrible feeling when you hit like straight horizontal.
Yes,
where it's right before the downswing.
Yep.
Where you're no longer being pushed back into the seat by the force, and you're actually falling.
Yeah.
And if you don't hold on tight with your arms,
you're straight down.
You will just fall straight down.
Yeah. Gravity, like there's the fall, and then there's the chain correcting that. But you have your feet are loose on the actual swing itself. And like unless you're fucking really, really tight in there, which people have absolutely fucked themselves up on. And then of course, once you get that high, you can start like dusting your feet on the bottom like a huge pussy.
Yeah,
or you fucking go for that jump.
Or you can do neither, and instead you can screw up and wait too long to go for the jump, in which case you kind of go straight up, but then you just immediately hard tip forward and fall on your face like an ass.
Very like a video game where you're swinging on a fucking Donkey Kong rope. You have to do it during the forward momentum, not the upwards momentum. You know, and if you get the forward one going, then you can land in the bushes. So
you know what?
It's pretty fucking sick.
You know what it reminds me of? I remember, like, I love the swing. The swing's one of my favorite pieces of playground equipment. But hey, Pat, let other people have the swing. But once you hit a certain speed, they can't make you get off the swing.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're just a fucking projectile.
And your feet are decapitation machines at that point.
Like, what are you going to do? You going to walk near me to try and stop me?
Yeah, yeah. And of course, like, no one's going home until somebody does the fucking twister on it.
Oh.
Where you got to sit and spin and spin and spin and spin and spin and see how high you can get that chain to go.
And the answer is pretty high.
Pretty fucking high. And then based on it being that high, how fast are they going to spin on the way down?
Pretty fast.
But can you hold on as you spin? As you spin, death spins. Can you hold on? And if you decide to lean back, are you leaning back so hard that your head's going to hit the metal bar that is actually holding the spring up, the swing up to begin with?
I think the worst part about it is that if they tightened it, if you got really high, the spin wasn't the problem. The problem is that thick chain does not wind equally.
Even so, drop.
So you would be like spinning as fast as possible.
Yeah.
And then you would bounce because
Sudden
the chain
jerks.
would be snapping.
Yes.
And it's like, fuck, this is
bad idea.
Let's do it again.
Absolutely. What else are you gonna do with it? The swing has two functions.
I feel that as I got older, my body became dramatically more fragile.
Well, yeah.
And that sucks. I don't appreciate that.
Durability go down.
I remember being a child and being like, and falling all the way down the stairs. Like a full flight of stairs. Yeah, whatever. I'm terrified of falling down the stairs now. I'd probably die.
I mean, I used to slide down the stairs, like face and back.
Yeah, whatever.
But, yeah.
Well, it doesn't even hurt.
But at the same time, those were like... Those are cushioned, like those were curtained, not curtained. Fucking what's it called?
The carpet.
Carpeted. Those are carpeted stairs.
Yeah, so that's different.
It was never a big deal to begin with. Yeah. But no, if you fell downstairs now, that is the end of you.
Yeah.
Like something that used to be a bouncy platform is now spikes.
Well, it's because like I think back to like, hey, like you mentioned like twisting your ankle, right? I've landed wrong off some ridiculous jump, right? Twisted my ankle. Whatever. I'll walk it off. It'll be fixed by next period. Right. I fucking walk and put my foot on the sidewalk a little goofy, and my ankle goes, and I'm like, oh no! Oh, did I just fucking break my ankle? Oh shit! I can't afford that.
Yeah.
I need my ankle. And it's of course it's fine. I have not broken my ankle ever, but still, it's like no, I'm terrified.
That just doesn't that doesn't work anymore. That's what that's supposed to do. That's yep, that happens. You're at that time. Durability does not fucking you don't re-up that shit. That number stays low now. I drank
so much milk as a child. I drank milk as my primary liquid intake because someone told me that it builds strong bones and that'll help me grow.
Do you remember when
I'm pretty fucking short as an adult male, but I was even shorter by comparison when I was younger to other kids.
Do you remember when it came out that milk was bad for you? That too much milk was actually awful, and everyone just fucking lost their minds because it's like, what the fuck have I been doing?
So that came after I had to stop drinking milk for almost a year because I went on the Accutane. And if you drink milk while you're on the Accutane, you can just spontaneously die.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Wow.
So you have to cut it back down to 1%. And if you're drinking 1%, then why even bother?
Shout outs to Lewis Black and his milk good for you bit. Nobody fucking knows.
Are eggs good for you? I saw an article 5-6 years ago that was like, oranges may cause cancer, and I almost threw myself out a window because we're oranges. The most inoffensive fruit ever made.
Turns out everything causes cancer to some degree, in the sense that it can kickstart cancer cells.
You know what's really funny to me? When you get some keyboard or mouse or fucking whatever that is being explicitly sold in California or whatever, and on the label it says this item contains carcinogenic materials, because California has some advertising law that if there's any chemical you have to declare, and it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna eat this mouse.
Yeah, right.
State of California. I don't know what you guys are doing down there on the West Coast. Don't know how to do shit.
Well, why don't you tell us what you were doing?
Boy, that was a long, fucking nonsensical, rambling interlude.
This week? That's good podcasting right there.
You know what?
That's good podcasting. That's what you call fucking... That's doing it.
All of this reminiscing about my youth has me thinking... reminiscing about my youth, reminiscing about, tricking parents into buying you video games.
Mm-hmm.
I remember being 11 years old, and holy shit, that brand new game, brand new, holy crap, it's like $50, that's crazy, is sitting right here in this microplay used for $30. Now, Mom, I know it's really violent, outrageously but I'm mature. I'm a good kid. I don't get into fights like my brother, right? So can I, I'll buy it. It's cool, right? And that's how I got Resident Evil 2.
You talked her into it.
Yes.
You didn't play 1.
I played 1 later on, I want to say I actually played 1 later on the Saturn first.
That's why you never talk about it. Because you literally started with 2.
Well, that and Resident Evil 1 on the PlayStation 1 is a significantly worse game.
Of course 2. It is, but it's still the beginning of the franchise. So I always would assume that, okay. I always just assumed it was this is a Sonic 2, Mega Man 2 situation.
It is as well.
Okay. But you still started
It is very much a Mega Man situation.
Okay.
Where Mega Man is the shit, but it's it's kind of bad, but it's the shit. And then Mega Man 2 comes out, and it's everybody shut up. Get on this.
Okay. Give me a number. This week.
This week?
Yeah. And I'm going to go get my my next drink.
17, 18 hours?
Wow, okay. Yeah, that's about right.
I've beaten it 4 times since Thursday night.
Each configuration?
No. So, and here's the fun part. Capcom was kind enough. Thank you, Capcom. Everybody at Capcom, you guys are great. Thanks, Yuri from Monster Hunter. Thanks, Kellen from Resident Evil. And thanks, 47 Productions or whatever, the PR company they use. You guys are very nice. Got back to me on time pretty much every time. Very kind. So they gave me a code so I could play it Thursday night, 8 o'clock prior to release, which was great, right? However, Capcom, when they send you a preview code, they send you just a fucking retail beta testing code.
Okay.
Right? So if you already own the game on Steam, it won't go through.
Ah.
So you have your second account.
Yeah, okay.
And you play through it on that.
Okay.
So in order to play it early, I had to play it on my second account. And because Resident Evil has cloud saves, you can't transfer the saves from one account to the other. So I streamed myself doing Claire and then Leon. And then I was like, I'm very tired. I streamed like 17 hours. Oh, wait, no. 17 hours is just what I streamed. I then beat the game twice more to catch up my main account to the account I had streamed on. So it's probably closer to like 25 or 30.
So you had to replay on your main to have it on your main.
Claire and then Leon, which I got an S rank on one of them. No, I got an A rank on one of them, which made me very happy.
And then did you do like the hunk and tofu stuff?
So I have not streamed it since Friday night, so I'm going to do Hunk on stream and Tofu on stream if I can beat Hunk, because you have to beat Hunk to get Tofu. And then I'm also going to do the other two variations as well over the coming week. There's a lot to talk about that game, so I'm going to try and keep it concise.
I like the part where the old line where it's like, oh, this must be her boyfriend. And then you look at the update, and it's just a fucking dogger.
They changed it to a dog.
That's super
because
great.
They don't want the Resident Evil characters to ever be romantically involved with anyone.
Anyone, including each other.
Resident Evil is one of the most bizarre, sexless universes
There is
ever.
zero sex,
There is
right?
zero sex. There's zero romance. It is baffling.
Even though it is very clear that Ada Wong is extremely not a virgin.
Yeah, and into Leon, and he's into her, but the best you get is watching that awful piece of shit CG movie Damnation, in which she offhandedly references a night they spent in some country when they weren't trying to kill each other.
Oh, okay.
Right? As evil spy and government agent.
So there was a reference to...
There was a reference to...
A-sexing.
But like Claire, Chris, Jill, these people, they are married to taking down Umbrella and or bioweapons.
I'm ovulating right now.
No way, dude. Oh god, Leon, it's just like, fucking slam me, Leon. No way. I only want to go after women that don't want me. All right, whatever, dude. It's your thing. So, Resident Evil 2, if anybody is aware of me at all in any context, I have a strong affinity to that game. It is one of them formative video games that I played in my youth. But also, that original game is fantastic, and it's fantastic now. And I've been excited for this remake for a long time, but also a little nervous because whenever you retouch something like this, you're kind of playing with fire, right? It could be the best thing ever, or it could be disastrous. Or they could make changes that you get, but you're like, I'm not happy with that, right?
It's been a long time.
Like, oh, what if
it kind of has to be.
What if they make it too modern, or they change that part because that part's weird, but I like that, but you know, that kind of stuff? So, the greatest praise that I can possibly offer this game, and it is high praise indeed, there's a clip of me out there saying it, is that when I was playing through it, it gave me the same feeling that the original gave me back when I played it in 98. The same type of tension, the same type of anxiety, the same type of fun, the same type of excitement. Like,
because it took away what you memorized. No, not because of that. Like, that is a factor, of course, but that factor immediately passed as I've beaten the game now. The feeling remained even on the replay. And that is, they were... How do I put this? You can remake something in which you are slavish in your devotion to its original design, or you can remake something in which you are slavish in devotion to its original intent, right? That second one ends up being the case here, and I think it was the right decision. They do things like, how do I put this? The very first liquor that you meet in the game, right? You've talked about this a couple times.
Right.
And it's repositioning.
They've repositioned it later.
And how they make the moment work,
but
despite
then
the camera not doing the thing.
They reposition it back to where it used to be later in the game to fuck with you. Things like that. But, so for example, let's take Mr. X, because I'm sure everyone's Twitter has been blowing up with Mr. X memes.
Yes.
Because
I assume there's great moments with him now.
Scrub Quotes is now Mr. Scrub Quotes X, which is my favorite rebranding ever.
I mean, he's what he was before, right? He's the guy that comes and fucking chases you down and fucks you up, right?
He is the best example I could possibly give to what this remake is about and why it works. In the original, Mr. X, which is not actually his name, that is a fan name.
Really? That was never canon?
That showed up first on the toy. It was never in the games ever. It was only on the toy. Even the Resident Evil archive books don't mention Mr. X. It was then taken from the toy into the novelization by S.D. Perry. But then people started to call him that, just like how everybody... Okay, think about it this way. What's the Emperor's name in Star Wars?
Palpatine.
How do you know that?
Because episode 1 and...
No, because it was on the toy back in the 70s. As Emperor Palpatine.
Okay.
It's not in Star Wars. The word Palpatine is not... But everybody knows that, and then they later canonized it, right?
Okay.
In this, he's just Tyrant. That's just his name is Tyrant. It was always Tyrant. But, fuck it. Everybody calls him Mr. X as Mr. X. So, Mr. X, in the original, he only showed up on the second playthrough. And he showed up 7 or 8 times, depending on the character that you play. He would just appear in a room. The room was always the same, but because it was changed from the first playthrough, you could never be certain when he'd be around, and we'd scare the shit out of you, right? You'd walk out of the press room, and bam, he comes through the wall. Holy fucking shit!
What do the characters in the game refer to him as?
Ah!
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
That fucking thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Usually they refer to him as not you again. In game in RE2, he has a model designation, which is the T103 or 00, depending. One's his type and one's his model. But so in the original game, there were 7 or 8 rooms that he would appear in, and they were scripted, cool events. There's one in particular where you're like kind of a factory area, and you look on a video screen, and you see him walking up to a security camera, and then he punches it. But that is the security camera that is like 10 feet away from you.
Okay.
So you turn around, and bam, he's there, right?
Yeah.
Now, the problem with Mr. X in the original was that he showed up in 7 or 8 rooms as scripted events every single time. And he couldn't leave those rooms. So you very quickly realized, oh, just run by him, he'll give you a little tap. And then hit the door, and he has disappeared, right? But to the player playing in 1998 without use of a guide or the internet, it felt like he was following you around because he would appear randomly and he'd fuck you up and screw up your plans, right? So they take that feeling, not the design of just putting him in scripted locations, and then they transfer it over to this one where he shows up in the exact same spot, the same hallway. You see him, you turn that hallway, and there he is. But now he is actually following you around.
Oh.
And he is coming through doors. And you can get really far away from him, but he's always in the RPD.
And you can run back.
And you can turn a corner and, oh shit, there he is.
Okay.
And it is not it's about chasing the feeling, not about chasing any specific mechanic or layout.
Teleport to the other scripted locations?
There is 3 or 4 scripted locations, but those scripted locations are where he shows up. There basically when Mr. X appears, he shows up and he is your problem until you advance far enough into the game in which he is no longer your problem until he shows up later, right? Mm-hmm. In the sequences, after he's shown up, he is a roaming entity until you figure out what the fuck you have to do.
And you get to another section.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Or you finally solve a puzzle, and that was the sequence that he was done in, right?
Okay.
He also, and I can't confirm this because I don't have the but it appears that if you get so far away from him that it will take him minutes to find you, they will teleport him closer to you. Because, like, the police station's relatively large, so I would lose him in, like, the first floor on the east end of the police station and then get all the way across to the second or third floor on the west end. And it's like, okay, it will take him minutes just to walk over here. Okay, he's right there. Shit. And it's fascinating because it takes a game in which, like, survival horror is all math. It's all like, I have this many resources and there are this many enemies, and I can avoid them or I can use those resources, whatever. And enemies can be dealt with eventually with total mastery. Walk by lickers. They won't attack you because they're blind. Zombies can be juked, right? Or even snuck past. But not when you hear stomp, 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 right? The best part about him is that he shoves enemies out of his way to get at you.
Oh, cool.
He will, like, he'll walk by and, like, backhand a zombie just to move them out of his path.
Is there an actual, like, can you, I don't know, like, use a weapon to slow him down to...
So, the game does so in the original, you could down him. You could down him. And
he doesn't, like, grab a zombie and chuck it at you or anything.
No.
Okay.
But in the original, you could down him, and he would drop ammo. And the idea would be that he would give you back the ammo that you probably spent on him.
Yeah, okay.
In this, you can still technically down him for 30 seconds. And then you down him and he takes a knee. And he'll have a breather. And then he will get the fuck back up. And that's it. That's all you get. They do a lot to show off how invincible he is in, like, with visual touches. If you hit him with a handgun bullet, it visibly ricochets off his coat. Okay. So it's like,
that did beyond nothing.
Yeah. It does technically damage him, very little, but it does. But it becomes very clear in any kind of, like, attempt to get him.
You are wasting ammo.
This is a complete waste of ammo.
Yeah.
Just run.
Yeah.
And it's awesome. And just all these little, like, he only shows up, 3 or 4 sections, and the section depends on if you're, where you want to do what you want to do. There may be 20 to 40 minutes, right? Mm-hmm. But they vary up those sequences because in the original, you went through the RPD, you killed everything. You went to the basement, you came back to the RPD, and now the RPD is now filled with lickers instead of zombies, mostly. But you didn't spend much time here. Here, it's a similar progression, but with Mr. X chasing you around, it complicates things. Okay, I have the route planned. I have this room, this room, this room, and they are clear. Everything is dead. This is my safe path to these 5 rooms. Except there are narrow hallways and Mr. X is right there. Shit.
Plan fucked.
Your plan is now fucked. So now you have to either think, do I want to try and get past him, or do I want to brave the more dangerous areas that I left to fate earlier?
Now, you said in previous games he would knock you down and then you could just run past him.
Yeah, he'd give you a little pop with his left. And you'd run past him, no problem.
This time around?
He gives you a significantly stronger hit than a little pop.
Okay.
He winds back and floors you, which the damage isn't the problem. The problem is that you go into a falling state, and it knocks you back like 4 or 5 feet as you fall to the ground and then get up. And then by the time you get up, he's walking back towards you again.
Yeah, okay.
So just running past him for the little tag is not worth it.
Okay.
The game feels unbelievable. It plays extraordinarily well. Aiming and shooting is genius. In particular, the having to hold your reticle for long periods to simulate stopping and shooting like the old games. Enemies take a shit ton of damage. Just tons and tons of damage, which makes you think about, like, leaving them alone in general. Visually, I'm sure you've seen this, Wolves. The game is, like, immaculate. It's so gorgeous.
For sure.
It looks so good. And a detail that I only figured out, well, I didn't figure it out, I just noticed it, is that Resident Evil games don't have HUDs. like the good ones.
I mean,
anyway.
they have pause screens.
They have a menu screen and they have a pause screen
that has all your HUD.
But when you're playing them,
yeah,
they don't actually have HUDs.
Yeah, wasn't that part of the whole make it a movie feel?
I don't know.
I thought it was.
I really don't, but that was an element that I didn't fully appreciate back in the old days, and I sure as fuck appreciate it now because you have this amazing super high def thing, and the only time a HUD shows up is when you point your gun at something or go into your menu, and when you take damage, if you didn't actually decrease your health, you'll just see damage on your character. If you did decrease your health, you'll see the little fine or caution or whatever show up at the bottom of the screen. And it'll show up for a second just to show, hey, man, you took some damage. You be careful. And in addition, you will clearly be, like, limping afterwards. So, but, yeah.
Yeah, well, when they redesigned the series with 4 and up, that's when, like, you got
that's where the HUD showed up because it's more
big action game HUD.
You need more. Yeah. The game's pacing is fantastic. Probably the weirdest thing that I didn't expect is they took the sewers, which were like 3 rooms in the original game. It's like a third of the game now. It's enormous. It's a whole section of the game. And the game is much better for it. And this is really weird. They took a boss out of the game to make it a regular enemy. And it's way, way better as a regular enemy than as a boss.
Is it Yawn?
No, Yawn's in the first one.
Is it the spider?
No, the spiders aren't in. Spiders got taken out. Spiders and the crows
completely
got taken out, yeah.
Replaced?
Nope. They're gone.
Just less enemies.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Some people were... there was some wailing and gnashing of teeth over the removal of the spiders, over the removal of the crows, and over the wholesale complete rework of the plant enemies. The spiders are in 2 rooms in Resident Evil 2, and one of those rooms is exclusive to Leon. They have never successfully attacked anyone.
Okay.
And you never, ever, ever got poisoned by them. They were literally just there to be there because they were an RE1.
Kind of like DMC1 spiders, actually, if you think about it.
The crows are in 1 room in Resident Evil 2. And they're not even there in that room on the B scenario. Losing those enemies means nothing. Like, it is a... Like, I was actually way more worried about the rework of the plant enemies, because the plant enemies, the big plant monster Ivies that shoot poison, they've been completely changed into a new enemy that is way, way better, because they're regenerators now.
Okay.
Like, they are pinpoint accurate. You have to burn them. Like, they're fucking great.
Doggos?
They're absolutely there. And due to the new way the game works, they are way more dangerous than they used to be because hitting them is tough.
Yeah, so we talked last time about, like, the theory of what they might be like, considering how all the work that went into the regular zombie.
Yeah, they're not durable, but it is very difficult to hit them with, like, handgun bullets, and they're fast.
Wait for midair dive?
No, their diving is way too fast now. Just try and just shoot them.
Okay.
Just shoot all of them.
Okay.
Probably the only thing I dislike about the entire game is zapping system and the scenario system, right? So you had Leon A, Claire B, and vice versa. That is still miraculously in the game. It's
shoutouts to incomplete reviews.
Yeah, it's oh my god, dude, that IGN that was where I'm fucking
like it's like you could have telegraphed it coming, because you're like, this is a game where is this game gonna blow your ass out if you didn't do it properly? Then you're gonna have this problem.
So I want to point out, when you beat the game gives you a big splash screen that says, "Hey, try second run to see the ending."
Near everything.
Yeah.
So we can firmly say now that this is still happening. That it's like, look, safe to say that until the game blows your ass out for not doing this properly, expect that every game is being played this way.
Yeah.
And everything's being reviewed this way, because
totally.
you'd never know in the meantime. You know, and then occasionally, once every 4, 3, 2, once a year, a game will come out where, like, if you didn't actually do the thing, then you get your ass blown out and everyone makes fun of it.
Yeah.
And then you go, oh shit, and you got to revisit it. But assume that the next game being reviewed is going right back to the same old.
Oh, absolutely. Well, you know, the IGN reviewer that did this is the guy who reviewed that shooter last year, the shmup. and was complained that there was no real final boss and no ending. And the developer was like, that only happens if you play it on the easiest difficulty.
Same person.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
Fantastic.
So yeah, just right back to it.
We're not. Yeah. Don't miss a beat. Yeah. There you go. Great.
So that thing is still here. There's still like a scenario where you start as one and play as the other, and the second one gets the true final boss kind of thing. It's weird because events, so they talked about how they wanted to like simplify the scenarios so that you'd have a canon, like a clear view of what happened, right? Because in the original game there's a storyline where Sherry doesn't get infected. There's a storyline where she does.
Arcade bullshit,
right?
Yeah.
And here you have the weird problem where it's like Claire fought that boss and knocked it off the thing with the crane. Then Leon came by 10 minutes later and the area was magically undestroyed.
Yes.
And fought the same boss and knocked it off with a crane.
What does this mean?
This character got horribly injured and then died, but then got back up to run over to help this character. Like, events are very logically inconsistent, and it's even weirder because in the second playthrough, the other character leaves you notes to say, hey, I went on ahead, come follow me. But how am I following you in the train that you took to get there that stayed here? What the fuck? Like, it's actually really confusing.
Canon M. Bison story mode. Getting his ass beat by every single Street Fighter.
Yeah, except
until Akuma just kills him.
There's one part that's really, really weird. And it is a character dies halfway through the game. And that character's never seen again for that character's playthrough, but they continue to show up in the other character's story.
Right, even though it's moving forward past that point.
And they die. They get fucking killed. And it's like, wait, what? Did they die here and then magically survive and then run after Leon in the... like, what the actual...
Time is convoluted.
So that's the weirdest part. For all the painstaking effort and recreation of all these great things, and they cherry picked all like, there's clearly the people on the team went, we like this event from this part and this event from, so it's this amalgamation of all the best like moments in RE2, and then they decided to do the second scenario, but it's like, I get it. Bosses are harder to design now, and they're more expensive to design now than before, so you don't want to just give each character half the boss fights. That would be lame. You want each character to fight all the bosses, right?
Yeah.
But, like, it's so fucking weird. It's so weird.
I mean, look, Nero spanks them and embarrasses them, and they run away, and then Dante comes back and cleans them up and kills them.
Yeah.
There is an understandable, like, version 1 and 2 of each fight. They did not. I thought you were going to build up to this time around. They fixed it and made a canon series of events that you can follow.
No.
They just don't care.
So there are some events that are obviously that's the canon version. Like, this character falls off a cliff instead of like getting punched to death, right? But on the other hand, it's like, wait, which character fought the boss? Like, which one of these characters is the person who killed the boss?
Right.
No, really. This is kind of important because what they actually went through is a thing later.
Okay.
Right? It's like Sherry gets infected by the G virus. That's confirmed. That always happened. And we knew that because in 6, she has all that weird healing shit as a result of it. Right? But, like, it's weird. Like, the way that those stories interact are genuinely bizarre. Does it hurt the game? No. It's something to bother people like me who care about Resident Evil.
Which that's your fault for doing. But when the sequels come around, do they act as if they all occurred and the characters have been through all of it? So
yes.
Otacon and Meryl are around, and I've got this bandana on.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Perfect.
Now, that will actually be relatively easy because there's no big events that are actually in conflict. It's mainly around the bosses. It's mainly like, no, wait, which of you fought that thing with the crane? And the other weird thing is that Sherry and Ada both get trapped in the same room at the same time, but don't see each other.
Okay.
That one's really, really weird.
Okay.
They both get trapped in the exact same room for the exact same period of time and are both rescued at the same time. But, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's...
I mean, again, in every game purposes, it's like, it's... The easiest thing to do is, it's not a problem until you make a sequel.
Yeah.
And then in the sequel, just say, it all happened... And somehow, simultaneously, the characters have memories of all
It's
versions.
really baffling, though. The thing that's crazy is, like, it is now less clear than it used to be. And it used to be unclear. Right? Like... and they talked about how they wanted to clarify it. But, yeah, I cannot praise the game enough. It's exactly what I wanted. It's exactly what I thought it was going to be. And it was worth all the whining to get it. I would recommend it to everyone. In particular, I want to give a shout out to Max because that game has a hardcore difficulty mode. It is outrageously difficult. And he played through it first on those modes, much to his own like suffering. It is crazy how tough that hard mode is. Like, enemies take twice as much damage, and there's half as much ammo.
I heard that Mr. X fucking comes and visits you in the save rooms on hard.
He visits you in the save rooms.
He can say, hello, what's going on here in this thread? What you doing? You saving?
So, in
knock, knock.
No, he won't visit designated safe rooms. And he won't walk into any room that it would be impossible for you to run past him.
Okay.
Like any room that has like a hallway that is actually too small for you to get past him, he won't walk into.
Okay.
But the main reason that is because at one point an area that used to be a safe room becomes unsafe, and zombies can come in, and so can X, and that's like. That breaks the rules. You're not allowed to do that.
Then I heard lies.
Yeah.
All right.
Game's fucking great. Hunk is just as difficult as it used to be, but it's a lot fairer now that you have because the Hunk scenario was like this big action set piece in the original, but like that game's controls could barely deal with its own regular game, let alone an action set piece. It's much, much fairer this time around. And one of the more interesting things is that the main game does not have auto-aim unless you play on easy. Fourth Survivor does have auto-aim, and you can't turn it off because you're playing as Hunk.
And Hunk has that.
Because Hunk is the shit.
Yeah, okay.
Because Hunk doesn't miss.
Yeah, okay.
And
he's got better guns.
That's awesome.
Or he's got more ammo, and he's got...
Yeah. I think the main thing is because like you don't have time to aim the same way that you would in the base game. But it's still like a radical little thing of like, no, Hunk comes with auto-aim.
Right.
And then Tofu, I haven't unlocked because I haven't beat Hunk, but Tofu is run Hunk scenario, but you're carrying 30 knives instead.
Yeah, I saw some art.
And it's like...
I saw some art with like the knives all like on him. Equipped, kind of like fucking...
and Tofu has a bunch of dialogue now.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's the same dialogue that Hunk gets. Like, the Hunk's helicopter pilot is calling in, and Tofu is responding in a shrill, voice-modulated Japanese. Because it's
I heard a high-pitched little thing.
Because it's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And it's a Tofu.
Okay.
And he animates like he has jiggle on him now.
That's Tofu texture.
And when he takes damage, he flakes apart because it's a Tofu.
It's Tofu.
I should mention to anybody who is, there's gonna be a lot of people that play this that are like, why a fucking block? Like, what the actual fuck, right? And it's because in the original, it was the hitbox model.
Yeah.
For the game that they tested, and then they were like, nah, fuck it.
No, I think when you're playing a remake of something, you just kind of see something you don't get and go, yeah, probably.
It must have been there originally
probably
for
reference,
some reason.
Probably a reference.
So that's all fantastic. The last thing I want to talk about, I only touched a little bit, was the music. The music in the base game is fine. There's not a whole lot of music. It's very tense, very quiet. if you bought the deluxe edition or pre-ordered it or whatever the fuck it is, you can have a classic music option, which plays the old tracks as you navigate the game and changes all the sound effects. It's surprising how much it changes the tone of the game. It's genuinely well implemented and feels great.
Doesn't it feel? It doesn't feel goofy?
No, it feels totally at home. That soundtrack is amazing. The RE2 soundtrack is phenomenal.
Not dated?
No.
Okay.
At all. Like, at all. It's really shocking how good it sounds and how well it fits even the new visuals. To the point where I'm like, I'm torn over the audio decisions they made in this game. Most of the game is very quiet. Mr. X has a theme, and some areas will... Save rooms have a very muted theme, and some areas will have music when you first go into them. But most of the game is quiet, right? It's very realistic, very tense. The original game had a track playing in every single fucking room, and a lot of them were really unique and memorable, and it makes me think, like... I'm torn as to whether or not they should have just made really high-end remixed instrumentations for the new stuff.
I guess just when usually a game is that old, I would expect that playing a new version of the game with the old OST turns it into like more of a retro feel than it does like actually hold up.
Well, I mean, it obviously does do that because like, you know, all the nostalgia for like the main hall theme and stuff like that. But like, no, it sounds really good. It sounds great. And on top of that...
No clowns farting in this one, right?
No. So, oh man, somebody sent me a fucking link to this wild discovery about the clowns farting.
Clown farts.
So if anybody knows about clown farts, there's a track in the Resident Evil 1 director's cut that is like the worst track ever made by a human. It's called Mansion Basement. Go look it up. It's mythical in how awful it is. They suspect that it was recorded with the wrong instruments. And they made a version using all the same notes.
Well, it's MIDI, right?
No, it's.
Isn't it just MIDI and then they put the wrong fucking note chart over it?
It's horns.
Okay, but I mean, like like when something is programmed in like as in MIDI, you can change the instruments. The notes are just there.
Oh, okay.
And you can change like your sound back. You can basically change it to horns or vocals or whatever you want it to be.
Well,
and if you put the wrong ones, then you get something that sounds terrible,
like clown farts.
But you can change. It's like the fucking like Mario. Anyway, yes,
because somebody
you can dress it up to be whatever you want.
Sent me a YouTube video of them redoing the composition with different instruments, and it sounds fairly creepy and fine. And it's like, oh, of course the guy couldn't know that they had fucked it up. One, he was a hack and a thief, but he was deaf, so he must have just assumed that they did it right. Oops.
It's a kazoo.
Yeah. Oops. I'm very excited to keep playing that game and hopefully fucking continue to actually beat the difficulties. And they're coming out with a bunch of free DLC for it. On the 15th, we're gonna get fucking...
Yeah.
Do you see those costumes?
No, but yeah. Like I was looking at these, and I was like, yeah, these are anyway.
Yeah. They're putting out retro costumes that are the PlayStation 1 models of Leon and Claire to play in the game.
I love that shit. Like when MGS4 did it, and it was like super cool. I love that.
It looks so fucking out of place. It's
love
amazing.
Love it.
That's on the 15th, and also on the 15th of February is their Ghost Survivors mode, which is 3 little side stories that apparently have randomized like roguelike elements in it. Which, man, they said it was Volume 1, which feels crazy to me.
Well, I mean, safe to assume this is going to get a DLC tail kind of like 7 did.
Yeah, but 7 was all overpriced. This is all free.
Sure, but I just mean there's going to be things coming out for a minute, I assume.
Good.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah, cool.
I hope they add a random itemization mode to the main game. That would be the biggest deal. Man, that would be the best. Oh, man.
I'm wondering, like, anyway, we talked about it a bit last time too, but it's like, how much can you randomize without breaking it completely?
Well,
items is one thing.
You put rules in place.
Zombie placement is another.
Well, honestly, all you really need to do is randomize the items, because enemies that are non-threats become threats when you don't have the items to deal with them.
Right.
But there is a randomizer mod for Resident Evil Remake on the PC that, like, all you gotta do is put rules in place that say, don't make the game logically impossible to complete,
Yeah.
Right? And I know that the dev team did play that and think it was cool, so hopefully that's coming. I also played something else, and I'll talk about it a little more shortly, which is appropriate. I played Donut County.
Yeah.
You played Donut County?
Yeah, I sure have.
Did you beat it?
No, I didn't beat it, but I played
How?
I played a bunch of it, but I just didn't.
How far'd you get?
I don't know. A number of levels in, I suppose.
Well, like 5-6 levels?
Yeah, maybe 5-6 levels.
Right, so you're about 70% through the game.
Oh, okay. It's that short, huh?
I beat it in 88 minutes.
Wow. Okay, I guess I stopped right before.
Like the fucking when you go to the Trash King's Raccoon Palace, that's like the last level.
Okay.
And like I was having fun with it.
Yeah.
I was like, this honestly feels like a inverse Katamari.
Yeah.
And I thought it was really cool and very charming.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to call it. I want to call it Furry Hipster as the new like Night in the Woods style.
The world was fun. The
text messages,
are wacky. Yeah,
you know, that kind of thing.
I have well, besides the length, I didn't know about that. I have one like issue so far. I was gonna bring it up once I went back to it and beat it, but you have, so I guess you can let me know. What I wanted was not these. I mean, levels in the way that we play through them is fine, I guess. But what I actually wanted, when you say like Katamari, is I wanted to like go through that map. I wanted a big map that I could donut things into.
Yeah.
And I thought that was going to continue and continue and continue, so that at the very least, after a couple of tutorial levels, you'd get the ability to like really go through town and like start fucking donuting shit.
So that's the most depressing thing about the game, is not that it's really short, but that I felt like when it ended, it had just gotten started.
Yeah.
If that distinction makes any difference.
Yep. Yeah.
So you do a couple missions and you're like, oh, you learn how to shoot things out of the hole, and you learn how to use fire to
create water.
And
yes.
you learn a mechanic here, a mechanic there,
filling the hole and then using that.
They start to get more complex.
It's not just swallowing.
Not really complex, but slightly more. And then we're gonna do a boss fight, and they said and there's a couple levels before that. And you're starting to use mechanics in tandem, and I'm like, okay, yeah, the game's hitting its stride. And then it ended.
Yeah.
And it never expanded in any way or got anything more than... Like, it didn't take me more than 5 seconds to think of the solution to any particular thing. It was just this really pleasant... happy, like, oh, cool, I made the thing fall in the hole, yay, woo. And the weird animals are blaming this raccoon because he's a dickhead.
Yeah.
And then it was over, and I was like, oh, I thought that was the tutorial. I thought I had beaten the tutorial and was, like, getting ready to go out and choose my levels, or, like, the hole would get really big, or, you know, what have you. And
so
it was just over.
So that's the thing, is Katamari has a great way of taking a simple mechanic and putting it into these different areas and then feeding that back to you, where you get a time limit, you know, to like do your best, and you can never get it all, right? So you never end up feeling like, oh, I've just completely done it like to the maximum, and you kind of want to go back in and try, right? There's a feeling in those individual tutorial levels of, I want to go back and play those tutorials again, right? Even to do better. And then, but it still takes you through this mini world progression, mini map progression, and then it finally frees you at the last couple, where you get a nice 16-minute roll and then a full-on half-an-hour roll.
Yeah.
And that's like, all right, rolling in the world, you know? And I was hoping to hear...
roll up the fucking planet here.
Yeah, and I was hoping to hear that Donut was going to build towards that. I mean, yes, it's been done in the Katamari way, but that's the funnest use of this mechanic, is seeing it in full glory on a large scale. And I guess what you're saying is it never gets there.
Yeah, like...
Damn.
I can think of very...
It's really fun, though. It's really enjoyable.
I can think of very few games that have given me this feeling. But, like, I think it's the first one to actually make me go, like, wait, what? Like, I thought the game was going to go 10 levels in a boss fight, 10 levels in a boss fight, 10 levels in a boss fight, and each one would ramp up in complexity. And I beat the boss like, yeah, cool, I can't wait to play the next level, credits. Like, it left a sour feeling. It left such a bitter taste in my mouth that I went to the store page to find out how much I had paid for it.
Wow.
And it is $15, which for the feeling of I can't believe the game's already over feels like way too much.
Okay.
Like way too much. And we can argue about the length of a game versus its value and all that stuff. But the game left, even if the game was $2, I would have still felt that it had ended too soon.
Well, what I love, I like games that have something where mechanically it seems really, really basic because it's like it's a time waster, right? Like slide the hole around things, like not that much of a challenge or whatever. But then you build off of that to create stuff, and if what you're saying is the case, then I guess it never.
You know what's funny?
What?
It's like you describe like, oh, it looks simple, but then it becomes more complex. Mm-hmm. Like I absolutely love that, and that's the reason why I hate Fez so much. Like, Fez is one of my most hated games in the past, like, decade.
Right.
And it's because the Fez idea of fucking around with 2D, 3D space is one of the most compelling ideas ever to me, because I love that weird geometry shit.
Yeah.
And that stops being that game within, like, an hour. And it becomes this fucking Rosetta Stone block-pushing shit. And I was so fucking bummed.
I remember the rant. I do.
Fucking pretentious bullshit.
Yet at the same time, fuck yeah, The Witness is rad. Everybody fucking
completely different developer.
Everybody get in. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but I'm saying based on the concept of something simple becoming something hard.
Yeah. No, The Witness is how you do it.
Like
draw these lines. That's not so hard. Oh, fucking shit.
Just nervous fucking.
What does that triangle mean? What does that mean?
Sitting in the most peaceful, idyllic location ever, and you're having panic attacks. You're having panic attacks in paradise. Like, that's exactly what's happening.
I don't understand.
Okay.
But that was me.
All right. Fair enough.
Wolves, by the way, you know you've joked forever about, like, haha, I don't need to play the old game. I can just play the new one.
Yeah?
You're actually right on this one.
Oh, yeah, for the first time?
If you go and play Resident Evil 2
yeah.
right now, you will get... Well, you can't travel back in time and make yourself 10 or 11 years old, right?
Yeah.
But you can travel back in time and feel what it must have felt like to be an adult at that era when RE2 came out, because it nails it. It is absolutely the equivalent of itself back in the day.
No, folks have aggressively begun petitioning for me to take a crack at RE2.
You should really do something with that game.
Yeah.
Something. I would be fucking fascinated to see that shit.
You want to see me futzing and butzing?
Yeah.
Futzing and butzing, try to aim at something and not knowing anything about how to save my ammo.
Yeah.
Or what to slice at.
The most entertaining thing in the world is watching somebody lose all their fucking gear and go, I don't know how to solve this problem, but I'm going to have to solve it.
I mean, I have some semblance.
That's survival horror.
I have some semblance based on 4 and 5, but those are different games, you know?
I will give you as you go into this ever for any survival horror, I will give you the one biggest tip.
Yeah.
Figure out what areas you'll need to come back to.
Yeah.
Do I need to come back here? Kill everything. Do I not need to come back here? Whatever.
No, I mean, to be honest, like, considering how much of our following, like, is super down and into survival horror, I wish I was in more. I wish I was in more than I am, but but I do have the outsider's curiosity on it. That much is sure, you know.
This is probably the best place you could possibly start.
Yeah. But I also feel like, fuck, I haven't even touched 7 yet, and I hear how great that is, too, so, you know.
Resident Evil 7 is also a great place to start.
Yeah.
Those games are, ironically, now very similar.
Yeah.
And RE2 shows it's like, no. The third person is best for survival horror. First person is best for horror. right? Third person is best for survival horror.
Would you say that 7 is a genre switch?
No, 7's a third. 7's first
person survival horror.
Yeah,
not first person horror.
Yeah.
Okay.
The distinction that I make there, and I think I would make there's like
tied to a fucking chair not moving is horror.
There's a shit ton of fucking like designations, but I would take the genre designation of, can you defend yourself at all?
At all, yeah.
If the answer is yes, is that defense of yourself resource based? If the answer is yes, then it's survival horror. Is the primary goal of the game to scare the shit out of you and you have no defense? That's just fucking horror.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it jump scare laden fucking run your ass off? I would call that panic horror.
Right.
So like PT is like horror
if
to the max.
If the only mechanic is run and get jump scared.
Yeah. That's just about causing terror.
Right.
You know?
Right. Fair enough.
Third person is best.
I generally agree overall.
Yeah.
In fact, I would make that a hard fast rule at all times, with few exceptions.
You know what the goofiest thing is? In RE7, most of the enemies are those molded. They're not all that interesting to look at. In RE2, the zombies are insanely detailed, and being in first person, you would actually get a really good look at how detailed they are. Like, I don't know. I don't care for 7's perspective. Like, I love that game, and I think it's great, but the perspective, man. I would very much like to see an RE8 continue in the mold of the RE2 they just made. I think this is the best version of the formula Capcom has ever created. And that they could fucking just make more of those.
Is it so like you do then want to see this go backwards and forwards and basically do the remake and do the...
I'd be good with RE8.
And then you said Code Veronica, right? Is the one that needs
I'm in this place of like, I think RE3 is fine and holds up better than RE2 because of the control stuff and the backgrounds are higher quality. But like, I feel like if you're going to remake anything, remake Code Veronica, because Code Veronica is bad. So that one needs it more. But I would honestly just prefer to see them go ahead with 8 with the third person and like this style.
Okay.
Just not on another boat. I don't know if you know this, but like there's so many fucking Resident Evil games on cruise liners and boats and shits.
I feel like the sensible thing to do would be to branch the first-person VR experience into a different series, right?
I think that VR experience was like a PlayStation thing, like deal, because that VR never came to anything else, just the PlayStation version.
But I guess if the first-person experience that they created was successful, and it's like, oh shit, we can do more of this, then it would be interesting to see the franchise, because you know how they were mercenaries and not mercenaries. What was the fucking second series called again for a while? The second mainline series, Revelations, right? So you had this parallel multi-game RE series going on. So it's like, yeah, you can now just go mainline numbers and then first-person games. Well, and that would be a very clear distinction.
To my knowledge, the reason why that happened is because Resident Evil has been worked on by so many people in Capcom. There are like 5 different teams that all purport to know what the real heart of Resident Evil is. And they're all wildly different, which is how you got shit that changed as far as Resident Evil is about co-op with Revelations to Resident Evil is about hardcore action shooting, which is about Operation Raccoon City. Or like,
yeah,
it's goofy. But this is the way. Do them like this. This is a good way.
Okay. Excuse me for a second. Let me just confirm that we should, in fact, take a word from our sponsors.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a word from our sponsor.
Indeed, we should. Because this week, the podcast is sponsored by Casper.
Hey, Casper, what up?
That's that sleep brand.
Boy, I could use some sleep.
Oh yeah.
Resident Evil screwed my sleep up real bad.
Well, you know, these guys are revolutionizing a line of products that create exceptionally comfortable sleep experiences one night at a time. So no matter how much Resident Evil you play, until you drop fucking dead.
I'm getting angry in my heart at you for talking about how great sleep is right now. Because I feel like I could just sleep on the floor right now. I don't want to.
You don't have to, because right over there, just off camera.
I'm not sleeping in your bed.
No, you're not. But I'm just letting you know that right over there is a comfortable Casper mattress. And of course, you have 3 designs to choose from: the original Casper, the Wave, the Essential. They're all perfectly designed to soothe and cradle your natural geometry, like mine does. Right over there.
Me
it's right there.
with this comfortable bed.
If you would look over there, you would see breathable design that helps you sleep cool, and it regulates your body temperature throughout the night, just like it did to me last night. And it was delivered right to my door in a small "how do they do that" box. Free shipping and returns to the US and Canada. And of course, if you don't know and you want to try it out, you've got that 100-night risk-free Sleep On It trial, which I took, and guess what? After 100 nights, I wanted it. So I kept it.
I still think that's a ridiculously long period. 100 days?
It's nutso. That's Crazy Eddie time. You know
how would you not
know Crazy Eddie's deals?
Yeah.
That's one of those Crazy Eddie deals.
How would you still be undecided after 99?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Crazy Casper given the craziest deals. 100 nights to try it out. You spend a third of your life sleeping. Why not be comfortable? I'll tell you what. I still use mine as the most comfortable mattress I've ever owned.
You're legit making me so sleepy.
And I'm super duper happy with it. So if you want to get $50 towards select mattresses, you can visit Casper.com/friendcast and use friendcast at checkout. That needs to be updated.
Yeah, well,
they didn't do that. They need to get the word to update that. That's Casper.com/friendcast. Offer code friendcast.
You gotta send an email out.
An email will be sent out. But for now, that's what it is. For $50 off your mattress purchase. Terms and conditions apply. So thank you, Casper. Emails. Gonna be sending them. Yay. All right. With that.
So yeah, that's the end of what I've been doing with my week. Not sleeping, that's for damn sure. If you want to find out more about what I'm doing with my week, hey man, I stream Tuesdays to Fridays. That's crazy. I do that over at the twitch.tv/angriestpet. That's wild.
And what you gonna be? Oh.
What do you fucking think?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you'd want to hook up some Donut County.
That's not a whole stream.
You could do a little bit.
No, I'll do Resident Evil and maybe something else. I don't know.
You know, it'd be hilarious.
What's that?
If you just did old Ari.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that a few months ago.
Oh, well, fair enough.
To remind myself. It's been a couple of years.
So, yeah, I had a week. In it, I did a couple things. First off, I guess I will talk about Darkest Dungeon, because I went back to that after a long time. Yeah, I saw you were playing that,
and I was like, Woolie loves Darkest Dungeon.
Man, I love that game, and there's so much about it that I don't know. And
really? Still?
Yeah, because I sometimes, I did the same thing I did with Hollow Knight, which, turned out to be, I guess, a mistake in retrospect, because of how much people let me know. I was like, oh, dude, you missed so much and whatnot. But, I do still enjoy the version of things where I'm like, there's so many games out there where you immediately play it as a community experience, right? And that's the average game now. Once upon a time, there would be some games are community experience games, like Souls games.
Yeah.
But other things are still, you're doing it on your own, and then you just experience it cold, and that's all there is to it. Now, most games involve the internet in some way, chiming in, saying things, pointing out what's up or where to go and what to do.
I should mention that you and I get a hyper version of this.
Yes. And I think that perhaps I, in a normal scenario otherwise, would have probably not had this feeling accelerated as quickly as it did for me.
Right.
But because it did accelerate to the point where like I feel like so many things are like that, it gives me an increased desire to just click the install button, click play, and just play it. And
no,
not,
this one's for Woolie.
And then if I figure out things on the way and I put time in and I see how it goes, I'll eventually I'll figure out my own stuff. You know what I mean? And this is a game where there's so many ways to play it right. There's so many ways to play it wrong. There's so many little things you can do to optimize, and there's so many little mistakes you can make.
Little do you know, there's actually only one way to play it right. You just haven't figured it out.
But I managed to get pretty far, like, on a method of play that I got used to. And then I kind of realized upon popping the stream on, like, I'm like, oh shit, besides that first time we took a look at it a while ago.
Ages ago, back before when it was in early access.
Like, I've learned so much, but I've also not learned a lot. And I've enjoyed that process. So now that I'm going to be, like, exposing that save file for everybody, it's like, all right, here we go. Let me see what I didn't know. And yeah, of course there was a lot, but ultimately it was a really fun night. And I had other plans for that night, but I ended up just playing Darkest Dungeon for 7 hours. Yep. I was like, I had.
Hey guys, we're gonna play a bunch, and then you're like, okay, we're gonna switch, and then everyone starts screaming, "You fuck you! Don't you switch, you bastard!" It's like, all right, okay.
I really just I wanted to stay in. Yeah, it was just a ton of fun streaming that over on Woolie Versus, of course, where I managed to do a warm-up run, do an attempt at a boss, crack it, and get fucking bodied. Didn't lose anybody in the process, however. It was all right. Just a lot of heart attacks. No big deal. And then took a run at the Darkest Dungeon and actually beat it.
Hey.
In the first attempt. So that was super cool to get that done live on stream. Considering I went in with no confidence in that happening. I had my like maxed out crew, but I really did not think that was going to happen. And it came down to the wire with like one party member fucking dead, the other two on death's door, and one sitting all right against that final boss. And then a sweet ass riposte just ended it all, and it was fucking good. We had with this, I was naming party members after stream people, so we had everybody kind of chiming in and answering some trivia to get in there. It was a fun time.
Yeah, that's what I did that with my XCOM thing way back in the day, and it creates this bizarre situation where you start screaming at your character for fucking up. And someone at home is like, "Oh no, that's me!"
The worst thing happened, though, because at first it was naming them, but then they could choose to name it other people. So then people started naming things after whatever they wanted. And hilarious. We eventually had Tarkus the Crusader leading the charge, who then runs up against 100 stress and becomes a fucking coward.
Oh, no.
Tarkus the Coward. And I'm like, this is lore destroying.
Oh, no.
This sucks.
The meme is ruined.
It was huge fucking sad when that happened. But then we also had characters that were like going through like their 9th heart attack and hanging in there. And I'm like, this is that dad that just refuses to stop eating red meat. You know what I mean? Like when someone goes through that 8th heart attack and they're like, I'm okay. Just heal me. I'm back. I'm still there. You're just
I'm good. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's just that dad that's just like, I'm too old for this shit. If you ate red meat, if you stopped eating red meat, you'd probably, I'm too old for that. Just...
you could just stop smoking, right? Like
I likes me some red meat. Just defibrillate my shit when the time comes.
Just put the defibrillator in the meat.
And I'm good. And you're just like, he's fucking just held on the whole way through, and that was awesome. But yeah, really had a blast going back to that. Always a game that I forget how addicted I am to it, and how I'm like, yeah, that's an easy 7 hours. Cool. So
where am I?
That's going back into the hard rotation, even though there's no time for it. I've been thinking about it a lot again. And
I don't know. I feel there's always time for the game that you truly love.
Mm-hmm. And there's all this cool DLC that everyone has been telling me about that I still don't think I've touched really, because I just had my old save file from back in the day. And
they put out 2 DLCs.
And there's so much content in that game that you can play a lot without ever really scraping up against it.
One's about vampires and the other's about Lovecraft.
Sure.
Which seems both of them super appropriate.
Also, they've been heavily revising the difficulties as well so that you can play like a more streamlined, not easier, but faster experience.
What?
Apparently, there's a version of the game where you can...
Not easier, just faster.
Yeah, you can get through it faster, but it's not necessarily easier. And then a super brutal mode and stuff like that. So, darkest fucking dungeon, back in. Absolutely. The other thing I did was play some Twin Bee. I went back to Twin Bee, the old shmup, just to see what was what. And that game has...
Fresh off your Ikaruga win.
And then Gradius. So Twin Bee's super fucking cool. There's definitely some fun ideas in that game. Like, it's dated as shit, and there's a really, like... the sense of progression it just loops at a certain point. Like, you just kind of go through a bunch of levels and then they just kind of loop. It runs out of tile sets nice and fast, but it's got one really strong mechanic, which is shooting bells that bounce. So like it's a horizontal shmup.
Right.
And it's a vertical shmup rather.
Right.
And there's your power-ups are these bells that you shoot out of the clouds, and they basically are trying to fall off the screen, and you have to shoot to bounce them back.
Okay.
And the more you shoot them, the more they change color and they become different power-ups.
All right.
And as the screen fills with bullshit, it gets harder and harder to play that juggling game while you're trying to survive, but you know that the best power-ups are behind that game. So, like, you can try to survive and just shoot everything and not care, or if you want to get really cool shit and rewards, then you should play that game of trying to get the bell. Which adds sufficient difficulty to everything. So, yeah, it was fun. It was fun to kind of go see that. And I haven't seen a ton of games use that type of mechanic since. So I liked how that was there, and I should probably go through that line of games. I know that Parodius and Twin Bee's a pretty popular ship that's made.
Parodius.
Yeah.
I can't fucking believe Parodius.
That shit exists. Shmups need fun too. Shmups are allowed to be fun.
No. They have to be about the anime vampire girl who does the... I don't know what Toho is, man.
Toho is a bunch of shrine maidens that are... I believe they're immortal.
Saying the word Toho made me so much more tired. That was a mistake.
That's fine. I want to say a bunch of immortal shrine maidens, and they all have... a habit of butchering the English language.
They love it. It's their favorite thing to do.
And if I'm wrong, good.
Apparently the music is high quality.
Yeah. God, what the fuck? Like, incantation of iridescent flowers.
Toho versus Kingdom Hearts. Who has the shittier titles? Go.
Oof. At least Toho has consistency. I will give Toho the win on that because there's a consistency to it, right? Like, there's a certain way that titles can create you know how you hear a James Bond title and you know what it is right away?
That's correct.
So that when someone makes a parody like No One Lives Forever, you immediately go, oh yeah, totally, right?
Absolutely.
Or I Expect You to Die, like that stuff or whatever, which is actually a line straight from it. But so that's fine. Podcast titles have become a known thing.
Yeah.
There's a language to them.
Yeah.
There's a tense, there's a whole pattern that can be recreated in such a way. And Toho titles kind of at least have that consistency to them, whereas Kingdom Hearts titles have nothing to do with each other. They're just letters and numbers and all kinds of random wacky shit.
The worst one,
with the exception of communication in the acronym.
I think it's like Kingdom Hearts 2.8 Birth by Sleep Final Chapter Prologue .2 A Fragmentary Passage is the worst thing ever made in words.
If you're gibberish, can be like, if there's a feeling that comes from your gibberish eventually, then I'm gonna give that the win. I'm okay with that.
Jim Sterling put out a really fantastic video out today. Did you see the title?
What?
It's called Kingdom Hearts is Stupid Gibberish.
Nice.
And it is just, dude, I feel exactly the same way as Jim in that video. I should be so excited for Kingdom Hearts 3 coming out tomorrow because I love Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. I am bored to tears by it.
Well, you weren't the right age when it came out.
I was the right age when
No,
it came
you were
out.
too old. You needed Kingdom Hearts 1.
Dude, that came out in 2001. No, it didn't. That's impossible.
Does that make any sense?
No, it couldn't have come out in 2001.
It's a PlayStation 1 game.
It had to have come out
PlayStation 2 game, rather. PlayStation 2 game, 2002?
No, it had to be later.
2002. 2002.
Okay.
Now, you needed to
That's
be
17 years ago.
Yeah. So, you needed to be way younger than that. Because you were still in your late teens. You needed to be formative early teen years. Like, you needed to be from, I want to say, 8 to 12.
No, but you don't get it. I loved Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2.
I know.
And then we got a decade of shitty spin-offs.
But
they're all really important.
But you need Kingdom Hearts to be your Sonic. That's where it has to be. It has to be in the slot of Sonic for you.
Well,
right?
Sonic isn't even my Sonic.
Okay, but you know what I mean? Like, people that are like, I was 10 when that happened, those are the people that are like, yeah, Kingdom Hearts 3, oh, because they were the right age
for that magic. I totally disagree. I think there's a large percentage of people out there that are wildly anticipatory for that game.
That are older?
Yeah,
definitely.
And they kept up with all the stupid bullshit.
But I'm saying that I feel that I feel like the vast majority is going to be of like the fervors.
You think the vast majority of people that are yay are the Kingdom Hearts gang? The parking lot gang. My brain just turned the word parking lot into Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it's people that had that during that time when you were just young enough that Sora and Riku and Kairi were the coolest motherfuckers ever.
That was never the case for anyone.
And you wanted big open parachute pants, and you wanted keychains hanging off your shit.
Ever. That was never the case.
And you spoke in loose platitudes, and you wanted to look inside the warm house.
Did you see the fucking breakdown of how many times the word darkness is said in Kingdom Hearts?
No.
It's like 490 something.
Yeah.
I played a bunch of those games. I don't remember the darkness ever being explained once.
But you know what the darkness means.
No, you don't know what the darkness means.
But as a kid, you do.
No, you don't.
No, you do, though.
It's so poorly defined.
Which is the point. By not getting specific and by being vague and believing in friendship.
But you're building this highly specific interpersonal dimensional war story off of nothing is ever concrete in that shit, ever.
But the more details and the more human attributes you give these avatars, the less relatable they are to specific people on the mass whole. So, as a kid that is 10,
I don't think Riku is relatable to anyone. That motherfucker is the biggest nobody of them all.
As a kid who is 10, you need a big old adventure boy that you can put on his shoes in the same way that you can put on
no. Okay, you're talking like you know, but you don't.
I have no idea.
Okay?
I have no idea.
So Clemps is doing a Kingdom Hearts like retrospective kind of thing, just like he did for the Nier series, right? Or Drakengard, right?
Okay.
So he brings up a really fantastic point, because the fact that these things are poorly defined doesn't just hurt the problem. The problem is that even things that are straight up told to you and are specific are lies. Okay? Characters that are nobodies have no emotions, except for these 10 cutscenes in which they are crying, screaming in anger, or pleading for their life out of terror. Right? Nothing makes any fucking sense.
I remember when I saw that cutscene where I was like, oh my god, they have parents? And then I'm like, that reframed the entire thing of what I thought Kingdom Hearts was.
Oh yeah,
and then
Sora's fucking parents are dead within an hour of starting the game.
Well, not that I saw.
Yeah,
but,
you did.
Okay, well anyway, not that I saw.
Yes, you did.
No, well, but I didn't.
No, but you did.
But
you weren't paying attention then.
Okay, well, dude, there was a cutscene.
Did you get to Traverse Town?
Yes.
Then you saw his parents die.
Okay, but obviously I didn't. Was what I'm saying.
Yeah, you did.
Oh my god.
The star went out. That means his planet is gone.
What does that random piece of information mean to someone with no context, dude? Like, what I'm saying is, I'm literally just going like, oh wow, I had no idea this even happened in this world, or I always thought these were just orphan kids from the get-go. And then immediately people went, yeah, well, they might as well be, because that never comes up again.
Parents dead.
Okay, well, not as far as I know. But regardless, the point, enough people said that you don't actually see or hear anything from them again anyway, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, that's actually really weird and creepy.
And I'm like, what? These kids adventuring have parents and they never touch it again?
They never talk to them ever.
That's so weird to me.
Why would you call home?
So that was one of the biggest fucking weird things I noticed about the whole thing, you know? But I was like, okay, that I don't know. I just figure like as a kid that is like throwing all of my time and effort and love into this game, yeah, I feel like the people that are very excited for Kingdom Hearts 3 right now are the people that have like they are the DeviantArt Kingdom Hearts fucking accounts. They're the people that have been waiting a lifetime for this shit, and it's it's in that slot. It's in that number one slot in their heart, you know.
Ugh.
Maybe not Sonic, maybe FF7 or Xenogears for you. Not the Sonic slot, but the Xenogears slot. I don't think I have anything
that I feel that way towards, where my judgment gets fucking warped into with the like, because even if I did love something that much, like I really loved Sonic a lot when I was a kid, and then a shit ton of bad Sonic games came out, and I stopped liking Sonic. I didn't double down and start like having sex with like my pictures of Sonic.
It's interesting to see how many people are like, I agree, and so many people are like, no, that's not the case at all. And I'm just speculating as a huge outsider. I have no idea. I'm just saying what it feels like from the outside.
Because the big bummer was that Kingdom Hearts 1 came out and was a great game, and then Kingdom Hearts 2 came out like a year or two later, like relatively soon, and was great. And there was a bunch of stuff in there that you kind of didn't understand because you didn't play the GBA game, but that was fine. And you had 10 years of fucking weird side bullshit. Now you have to watch a primer on YouTube to fucking get up to date. And it's not because it's weird, obscure, alternate universe shit like it is for Drakengard. It's like, no, you gotta know about the Keyblade War. you gotta know about the Keyblade War if you want to play. It's like, is it really so much to ask to be able to play the numbered games in a series and be able to like follow it at all?
I mean, they did release that collection.
The collection's missing like 4 or 5 games.
Couldn't you play everything on the collection and be more or less?
No.
Damn.
There's like a mobile or like flash game that's called Chi.
If there's a flash game that's
called Back Cover,
if there's
what's the Back Cover one?
If there's a flash game that no longer exists that has canon details, everyone can fuck off because that's awful. I hope.
Well, that's what happened to fucking fucking Final Fantasy VII compilation.
Okay, so
before Crisis,
it's
right? Not playable by English speakers ever.
Not that I heard that there's super crucial information in that, but that was a whole chapter that you couldn't play. Yeah, the similar thing that comes to mind is, do you want to know the best official source for Kirby outside of the pause screen?
What's that?
The fucking Miiverse posts that no longer exist.
That sucks.
They had a ton of information on Miiverse posts that are deleted now, and like that was where you could get some lore. And thank God some people like copy pasted some shit because that was a time locked piece of lore. And like I hope you get an art book someday that might decide to transcribe
When's
it.
Kirby Historia?
You know, that otherwise you're not getting anything. What?
When's Kirby Historia then?
When's Kirby Historia? I'm working on it.
All right.
Anyway, So that was what I did. But besides, so there's...
You excited for Kingdom Hearts? Just jump right in at 3.
I'm gonna be late to the party, like everything, you know.
My Twitter's at angriestpat.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a person that has never played a Kingdom Hearts and doesn't know nothing about no Kingdom Hearts, but you're playing Kingdom Hearts 3 completely raw, I would like to hear what your experience is like.
That sounds like a fucking crazy person that would jump right into 3.
Do you remember when BioWare came out and said Mass Effect 3 is the perfect time to start playing Mass Effect? And everyone on the earth was like, "You are like what's it Plague say? Bitch, are you for real?"
I feel like there's definitely people that are caught up on a hype train that are willing to just be like, it's the new thing, everyone's on it, let's play the thing with everybody, even though I have no idea what's going on, and I think that's a mistake.
Who is that? Well, that guy's actually 10 people.
It's just step aside, let the hype don't get on, let the hype train pass. It's not for you. You don't have a ticket. It's okay. It's okay to not be on board sometimes. I want to be in the
thing. Everybody's happy.
You know, it's fucking. You're just setting yourself up for confusion, and then you're gonna look around and be like, "Yeah, this is so great. What the fuck is going on?"
Set the stage for confusion.
Stop. It's okay, guys. Nobody is waiting. What if that game, once it exists, will continue to exist in the future?
What if Kingdom Hearts 3 is actually really simply and well told and ignores most of the stupid shit that you wouldn't know about, or explains it in the moment that you would need to know about it, and it's easy to understand? You could just do 1, 2, 3, bop, bop.
Oh, that'd be cool.
That's not happening.
Nope. You think they'd have started doing that?
I have
8 games ago.
I have become I have grown a distaste for Nomura over time.
That's a shame.
I dislike what he does.
I haven't tasted him enough to grow a distaste.
All right. You know what? That's, I yeah, okay.
Sticky fingers! Put a zipper where there was none.
Oh my god. Oh my god! You're super right. You're super right.
Shit. Anyway, I was gonna say, what I did do this week, besides play those games, was, my favorite fucking, my favorite JoJo Punch-Out went down this week.
Well, that's your favorite.
That's my favorite.
What's the sound effect for that one? I can't quite tell.
So you got the ora 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 ora. You've got dora da 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 da.
Yeah, you've got muda muda muda.
You've got muda 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 muda. Right, with in version A and version B.
Yeah.
But my favorite, you got it this week in the form of Bruno with his addy 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 arrivederci. It is sick. Big fan of arrivederci.
Is Bruno the main character of Part 5? Because it feels like Jono is just there.
It's up for debate.
He hasn't done anything in like 12 episodes.
It is up for debate. The answer is he should be.
Why?
The answer is no, but then asterisk yes. Like it's not, you know what I mean? It's a little like you can go back very clearly and be like, yo, Zeppeli is rad. And then another part later you can be like, yo, Zeppeli is rad.
Yeah.
You know, and then after that you can be like, yo, fucking take your pick at which
all
one of these side boys are rad.
Yeah.
You know? And so on and so forth. But here part 5, no, he's not the main character. Brackets, yes.
But he's on the screen more and talks more, and all the characters know him.
And he's the leader of the bunch. You know him well. And he's a fucking capo.
It's so weird.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
I kind of forgot Giorno was there over the past 3 or 4 episodes.
Well, you won't forget because he has a dream.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. But that's pretty funny.
Don't forget that he has a dream.
But I fucking forgot Giorno was there, and then he was like, "Bitch, I made a snake out of a brick," and I'm like, "Oh right, you do stuff. You're here."
Yeah. No, Bruno is a character with he has better motivations to do what he does than the main character does, making him feel more like the Joestar of the part.
Yeah.
And since people are I'll revisit this once we're through with part 5,
which will be a while, I think.
But I also have big feelings on like Bruno and his role in the story and where the camera is at times. And yes, the answer to that question is a complicated one.
The person farthest from the camera when they're all walking away is Bruno, not Giorno.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bruno, Giorno's standing next to him like he's Bruno's right hand in the story. It's really weird. It's really, really weird.
Yeah, but the camera's looking at me because I came from Dio's balls.
That is true.
You know.
That is true.
Dio's balls are the main character.
That's correct.
Of the entire franchise. Let's just be real.
Wait. What?
Yeah. Everyone who matters came from Dio's balls.
Wait, hold on.
And that's Jonathan's balls.
I was about to say they're Jonathan's balls.
Well, it's half and half. We talked about this in the playthrough.
No, it's all Jonathan's balls.
Watch the 7-stand user playthrough. Volta and I got to the bottom of this.
What?
One ball is Jonathan's, one ball is Dio's.
No, it's all Jonathan's balls.
No.
They have Dio's influence on them.
No, we're doing it half and half.
No, that's not how that works.
It took him a while to become... There's a transition period. He had to get used to it. Right? And it depends on when Dio was stumping. Right? If Dio was laying some pipe down while he was not quite used to the body yet, then it was definitely more Jonathan.
Yeah.
But then there's a certain point where he gets the lipstick on, and he gets really into it.
Yeah.
But he never quite gets. He doesn't get the chance to really go all in at that point because that's like a few moments before he fucking unfortunately, But
what do you mean unfortunately? He's an asshole.
Yeah, I know, but. Yeah, he's terrible.
What was he used to it with Poochie or what?
No, but I'm just saying. Yeah, but what all I'm saying is that the camera is firmly locked on Dio's balls as the main character.
Or Jonathan's balls.
Well, same thing.
No,
same thing.
I refuse this canon. This head canon.
So it's like, when so sometimes the story kind of wanders, right? And it does its own thing, and then you kind of follow another Joestar for a while. Yeah. But when you hold the Z button to Z target, it just locks right back on to Dio's balls, no matter where or when you are in the canon. Including alternate realities.
Somehow.
You hold the Z button and it goes doo-doo, and it makes the little fucking Ocarina of Time noise.
I'm telling you right now, Part 9, Dio's going to be back again.
And then a big yellow Ocarina of Time cursor is just spiraling around those balls because they're really important. Really, really important.
Is that where the green baby came from?
No, but they call it Steel Ball Run for a reason.
Oh, boo.
Just saying.
Boo.
Just saying. All right.
Booing you.
I watched an anime.
Oh, yeah?
Besides JoJo.
Uh-huh.
And that was I went to go see the fucking Dragon Ball Broly movie.
Oh, yeah, I heard that was good.
Went to go see the Broly. How was Broly?
Just in time for Broly to get announced for Dragon Ball Z FighterZ. Again!
Mm-hmm. So, how was Broly? Broly was cool.
Was he big?
Broly was big. Broly was strong.
Was he overwhelmingly strong?
Yeah. Okay. Now Broly was cool. Broly was cool. Okay, now think about old Broly.
Got it.
Okay, now ask me how Broly was. Again, new Broly.
How was new Broly?
Fucking amazing.
Oh, okay.
Super radical, awesome, best fucking, yeah.
Yeah.
Super good.
Was he really strong, though?
He was really strong, and he yelled really loud, and then he glowed green.
Yeah.
And he had big energy.
Did he do the weird green ball shit that he does?
He did the green ball shit, and then he was so strong, and his number...
How big was
his number was so big.
Could he have beat a Jiren?
It was so big.
I need to know if he could have beat a Jiren.
For sure.
What about Shaggy?
Ooh. Let's not fucking talk crazy. That's not crazy, you know? Because, I mean, let's face it. If the guy that did beat Jiren was not enough to take on this guy, then that guy's number wasn't big enough.
Yeah.
So if that guy had to face this guy, I'm going to say this guy would have beat that guy.
Oh, man.
Because that guy's number was way smaller compared to this guy's big number go up.
Do you know if the director of the original Broly movie had anything to do with this?
No, I don't know.
Because, like, the funniest thing in the universe is that the director for the original Broly movie is, like, a huge mark for Broly.
Yeah.
And when people were talking to him about DBZ Super, he was like, oh, yeah, Broly kicked Jiren's ass in, like, 2 seconds.
Okay.
Like, for real, totally.
You can, based on the extreme lengths that are required to fight Broly, one would say that, yes, it's easy to infer that Jiren would not be able to handle this number.
Oh, man.
You know?
Now I'm back in.
So here's the
Dragon
thing.
Ball.
So here's the thing.
Now that there's a bigger number.
Right. So here's the thing, right? So in addition to the bigger number and the big green, and then he's got the cool barbarian's pelt.
It's 1,000,000 times better design than his original Roman style design.
And he's got the fucking Ava Unit 1 colors.
Yeah.
Which look, it's my color scheme. That's cool.
Yeah.
So in addition to all that horseshit, you get some actual like Planet Vegeta lore.
Okay.
You know, you get some revisiting of Planet Vegeta. You get some Planet Vegeta politics.
Okay.
And you get some big ol' Saiyan girls showing up in the canon, which again I haven't watched Super, so I know that I'm missing a lot of possible
Did Eli
things.
make this?
I would almost think he did.
Oh wow.
There are Russian Saiyans on Planet Vegeta.
That doesn't make any
There
sense.
are Russian scientist girls hanging out doing science on Planet Vegeta.
Okay, I'll be real. I didn't really expect the Saiyan warrior race to have scientists.
They have scientists working on their tube babies.
Okay.
Because you know the tube baby thing?
Yeah, they're mostly all tube babies.
Yeah, so that whole deal would become... They spend some scenes kind of going into that.
Yeah.
Right? And they basically take what was Baby Broly going...
You mean the shittiest origin story of all time?
Yes. They revisit that.
Okay.
And make it better.
Okay.
By simply making it exist. It's not even that it's a remarkable story in any way.
Yeah.
It's not particularly well written, but it's a story.
Instead of Baby Goku cried a lot.
And that's all there is to it.
Oh, I'm so mad.
Right?
How could I even remember those events as a tube baby? Whatever, doesn't matter.
And then they wrote him a good reason for being over there for the events of everything.
Yeah.
And then suddenly he's not over there anymore.
Do they write a good reason as to why his number's just so big?
He's just so big.
But tell me why he's so big.
It's just big.
It's just that he's so big.
Whispers say that he might be the legendary Super Saiyan.
He's got the...
So anyway, like they you know, like motivations are shifted and obviously corrected.
Yeah.
And more of the politics of the Frieza Force and the Saiyans are explored in a way, so you get to just see a lot more of that. That's fine. And again, maybe you see more in Super. I don't know. I'm just going off of me being a Z watcher and then this. So Broly's motivations and such they're better because they're so like fucked with over the course of the story in a way. So it's like he's big angry man for sure, but like for better different reasons, and he's more of a victim of circumstance.
Okay.
But he's still cool big guy.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then they make some interesting choices, I guess, without you know, the big cool fight happens, but without going into, I suppose, like what little plot there is, because there is very little plot in a Dragon Ball movie, but what little plot there is has some surprising results.
Okay.
Goku's a fucking moron, and that continues to be the case.
Wow.
He's hilariously dumb, and that continues
shocked.
to be the case. Frieza is hilariously petty.
Yeah.
Like, he's a fucking... Have you ever seen, like... Yes, you have. We have seen Hitler as a punchline. But they've turned Frieza into punchline Hitler.
He's been Space Hitler from the word go.
But now he's Space Hitler with a badum behind him when he talks and does things.
Yeah, he's always been that.
It's no, it's mostly no.
I feel like he is, but maybe maybe I'm seeing the weak version and you're seeing the strong version.
No, Hitler, Space Hitler has always been pretty hateable, and despisable in his motivations, and this time around he continues to be extraordinarily evil.
Yeah,
but like the camera and the moment again has a beat and a timing to it where then you hear the cymbals go off and he gets a little slide whistle like as he's committing genocide, or doing horrible things. Frieza with jokes is the weirdest, but that's where we're at now. And I guess some stuff happened in the course of Super that helped solidify that, because I know that he was brought back and he helped do good guy things temporarily. So
yes, Frieza is technically somewhat responsible for saving the universe.
Or something like that.
Yes.
So it's really weird to me to see him hanging around being like clown shoes.
I should mention...
But then again, it's also weird to me to see the God of Destruction, Beerus, being clown shoes as well.
Well, he was always clown shoes.
But I didn't know that because the introduction to him was this evil Catman God is showing up to kill everything.
Well, no, his introduction was this evil Catman God showing up to kill everybody, but food.
And then at some point he turns out to be a friend. So
yeah, just a little putty cat.
Oh. I mean, I saw how, like, we've seen the origin story of him basically doing the same as Vegeta, hanging out on a planet and being a god on the planet. And then he's like, I'm tired of this planet. And then he blows it up and you go, wow, you're evil. And you're like, yeah, but you're cool now. But anyway.
Yeah, Vegeta was so evil. For multiple different points.
Yeah. And so this is really weird because I saw a page where Vegeta was like, there was like this random monster
I saw,
was about to eat this little Namekian, and Vegeta goes out of his way and is like, oh, fuck no. Right? And the guy was like, what's the big deal? And he's like, I've had a trouble past with these Namekians, and because of the way things went down, I can't allow a single one to be killed. And he's super, like, noble about it now. And it's like, oh, shit, that's a cool.
Do you feel bad because you got their planet dead blown up?
But here's the thing, okay? We get full flashback in this movie, and we get to watch, literally, not baby, but, like, toddler Vegeta and toddler Raditz hanging out.
Yeah.
And then they go, oh, fuck, our home planet was destroyed. And toddler Raditz and Vegeta are like, meh.
That's all shit from the Bardock backstory. Yeah.
So then you're like, well, he sure got way more pissed about that later on. Right? Considering how they give they give very few fucks.
Yeah.
The second it happens.
Yeah, and they're like 4 years old.
Yeah, and then you cut to when Frieza's around in the future, and you're like, oh, he's way mad more about it now.
Oh, my planet.
But I guess maybe it's just because it's
Pride
like the reveal.
No.
Maybe it's the reveal that it wasn't an accidental asteroid.
Oh, it was you.
Turned out it was you. Yeah.
You want to hear something really wild?
What?
I was told this, so I might be wrong. But they wished Namek back and all that shit with the Dragon Balls and all that crap.
Okay.
So they wished back everybody that Frieza killed, right?
Okay.
But Vegeta killed like a whole village of people on that planet. That's not included in that
They're not
wish.
included in the wish, no.
Fucking whoops.
Yeah, you got to be hyper specific with it. You have to maybe name a time frame as opposed to the results of an action, But yeah, so what I was gonna say is on another level entirely in terms of just like production and fucking budget. Holy shit!
Yeah, I saw the trailer.
Does this thing have money, cash money? Billionaire boys.
Super was popular. That's
man.
what I heard.
Okay, so you literally see, there's the budget go up, right? In the same way that it did with Gurren Lagann,
Yeah.
Like, you see the money kick in, and that 40% of the budget kicks in towards the end.
Yeah.
You literally see the moment when the screen goes from 1080p to 4K. And the frames get crisp and crispy, as my grandmother would say.
Yeah.
And shit starts going. And
that's when Broly's numbers getting really, really
big,
right?
Oh, big numbers. And then the bouncy, stretchy Goku of Sakuga that visits your timeline for good luck.
Yeah.
That starts becoming every moment of the movie.
Yay.
Right? And the parts where you would expect blur to obscure the action, you can actually see the details. For like one of the first times I can remember is the high octane, high speed action that you get from those insane Naruto fights or those really high budget OVA scenes.
Yeah.
Now you can actually see it super crisp and clear.
So it's like you got the Sharingan.
Sure. And a couple of really cool moves, really cool ideas where you're like using ki in different ways besides like, like when they're fighting in the air, they're dog fighting.
Okay.
Like
oh, cool.
You're top gunning it. You're ace combating fighting, right? And then at one point a character charges up fireballs but just keeps them as melee weapons and uses them as melee weapons.
Okay.
In fist to attack and do cool things with.
It's like when Hulk got the thing with the cars.
And then what I think is probably the single coolest sequence they've ever put money into. There is a solid maybe 1 minute of first-person Dragon Ball fighting.
Okay.
At high budget.
Okay.
And you get to experience fighting Goku. You see Broly's point of view.
Okay.
Fighting Goku, first person.
Oh no!
Through a mountain.
Oh.
Up through the air, dodging shit, sliding to the side, counterfire. Like, it really goes fucking ham.
Is first person the only way to truly appreciate how big the number is?
I mean, you can literally see them looking through the new scouters to see the number go up.
Oh wow, there's new scouters that go that high.
And you can see
big.
They're gibberish digits, but the digits increase.
Oh fuck.
So, anyway.
That's crazy.
New waifus for everybody.
Oh yeah.
Right? New waifus all over. You got Saiyan waifus, you got alien waifus, you got green Chie. You got all kinds of folks hanging out.
Wait, did you say green Chie?
You heard me.
Chie's green.
And you got actually green Chie.
Okay, all right.
And all in all, yeah, man. I go fucking watch cool high budget Dragon Ball.
All right, let me ask you, is there a part where they both look at each other and they both do like a really, really big energy attack, and then one of them's like, oh man, this guy's number is so big, this is crazy, I can't believe how big this number is, I gotta get an even bigger number than him?
Yeah. Also, the fun of, I don't know why it cracks me up. The fun of the Speedwagon / Smokey / Krillin.
Yeah.
Standing on the side, watching the fight and calling it.
Yeah.
And doing the thing. This time around, that's Frieza.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And then they do some fun stuff with that, with the idea of Frieza and in the stands watching the fight unfold. So,
Frieza, like, I'll be really honest. Like, for some reason, the word number in this context like makes me giggle every time I hear it. And all I can think of right now is Frieza going, "Oh man, their numbers are so higher than my number." Like, because that's a Frieza thing to think.
So original Broly was not a one-dimensional character. He was 0 dimensions.
Yeah, he's 0 dimension. He might as well have been a big glowing fist.
Yes. You can say that by the end of Bio Broly, maybe he's 0.5 dimensions.
No, I'd say he's -1.
if
Bio Broly is the actual worst.
If you need to. New Dragon Ball Super Broly is one-dimensional.
Okay.
But he's probably now my favorite Dragon Ball. I like him.
Is that because his colors are the colors that you like?
His colors are cool, and there's something that I hope... Okay, potentially. I'm hoping for something that might be cool.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Because I like me Vegito a whole lot based on a lot of factors.
Vegito's cool.
I like a lot of factors about Vegito.
I like his personality way more than Gogeta's.
But I want to say that Dragon Ball Super Broly is I like him, and in his big dumb simplicity there's likability and there's some stuff, and I hope, because it seems almost like you know, I'm getting a vibe that they said they confirmed more Dragon Ball Super is going to be happening or whatever because it made big money.
I'm fucking shocked.
Like Broly might be our Green Ranger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
We don't know.
Oh wow.
Broly might be our Green Ranger.
Broly might grow.
Broly.
Fuck, man.
Yeah.
It's hitting me real bad.
There you go. So no, go watch it.
Podcasting right there.
Go watch it. Go watch Broly. And then
Broly
once you watch it, you can enjoy him as he is now hard confirmed.
Though he's like dead last, right? Like he's gonna be very much later.
No, there's more. The dead last is the mystery slots we don't know about yet. But hard confirmed for Dragon Ball FighterZ. We got old Broly, and now we get new Broly.
Fuck that! Get out of my way, old Broly. I mean, new Broly. It's time for Jiren. Wait, I'm joking. Fuck that. Get out of my way, Jiren. It's time for Videl.
So this is the first time I heard Jiren talk. Even his voice is boring.
Dude, he's the most boring thing ever.
I couldn't believe it. I was
like Jiren's
shocked.
Jiren is the actual worst, and the most interesting thing he got in his entire story was becoming more boring. And now that's a bit odd to say, but it's like, I don't know how to put this. It's like the fact that he is so boring is realized by some of the cast.
Oh, they acknowledge it.
Because they're like, oh, he is pure strength. You know, like that shit?
There's nothing to it.
Yeah.
So, last night, Dragon Ball World Finals went down. Shockingly, Goichi and Sonic Fox did not win, but they both placed top 8, of course, and of course Shenron was summoned, so shoutouts to that. However, alongside that was the announcement of a new season of Dragon Ball FighterZ. And first things first, of course, they announced Mr. Strongman,
the strongest thing ever.
Red Ranger Alien Boy.
Been the strongest. Oh my god, he's so strong.
And like,
he's so strong.
And here's the thing, it's like, in addition to him being like bland, it's like his design is also bland. So it's almost like I get the Sentai vibe of what he's got going on. I do see that part. But it's like he could have been designed so much more interesting. Like, I find Hit to be like
Hit's a slam dunk.
A slam dunk of simplicity, and this is the opposite of that, you know? This is exactly that. Like
him and Topo are like massive shit losers, and then once they kind of actually take a couple hits and their uniform gets kind of fucked up, their designs change significantly, and they become much better looking. Like Jiren's design by the end of Super, it's literally just the top is like torn
off, right?
And it's down,
right.
And that's it.
Right, and that's all it
takes.
And
he looks much better.
Yeah, but that's it. He is the fucking strong,
the strongest ever.
So that's happening. And then alongside the Jiren announcement, yay!
Videl!
Finally! And combined with Videl is Great Saiyaman together, and he's basically doing all the work.
This is perfect. This is great.
So Videl joins the fight.
And she does all of the normals.
But then fucking Gohan jumps in.
And does the specials.
And it's very much a 17 and 18 type situation. Yeah.
Shit's great.
Very cool. And you know what? Considering I love both of these characters as I would have liked them individually, but I am down for them together, and I like them enough to just be like, now I get both people I'm like on my team.
Great Saiyaman's in the game as well,
in a significant way.
And I think this is easily I think Videl with Saiyaman as an assist is way more interesting than just Great Saiyaman.
It's awesome. It's super fun, and it's like now I get two things I love together for the price of one. Yeah, and Videl gets to talk trash while Gohan, the fucking Saiyan, does all the work, right? So that gets announced.
The canonically strongest and canonically weakest members on the roster are announced simultaneously.
But don't worry about it. He's got shades on. Who's that mysterious man? They do a double Inazuma kick, by the way.
Yeah, of course they do.
So that's always fun.
I noticed that they're not even trying to do silhouettes on this Who Could It Be thing, because they've discovered that silhouettes get fucking found out.
They sure do.
Especially with DBZ characters.
Shoutouts to Gunbuster and everything that continues to reference that fucking kick. So you get Videl and Jiren, and then 6 slots in total. That's 2 out of the 4. And immediately it zooms out to the last 2 on the question marks, and you just cuts to footage of the Broly movie.
Yeah.
So you immediately go, oh, okay, it's Gogeta,
SSJ Blue Gogeta, and then...
Yeah, it's Blue Gogeta, and it's Broly from Dragon Ball Super. So that's what the movie's about, and that's where it goes, and you immediately know, oh, okay, so that's the last 2 there. So now it's like,
who's the middle 2?
Who are the 2 in the middle?
Weirdest.
Yeah.
If it's Dabura, I'm gonna shit, because he sucks. Yeah, fuck you, Dabura fans.
It's one of them's gonna be Kid Goku, and the other one's gonna be something else.
You know what? Fuck it. Just do Baby Vegeta. Just do Baby Vegeta. Fuck it.
Yajirobe. I want my Yajirobe. It's not gonna happen, but I want it.
Fucking Baby Vegeta and fucking Super 17. Who gives a shit?
Broly gets 2 slots now. Yeah, anyway, if it's not Kefla, they're stupid.
Yeah.
That's what I
say.
So
Broly gets 3 slots now.
Yes, exactly. And that's fine. But that's super cool.
Age of Broly.
Don't fuck it up, guys. Give us Kefla, please. Don't fuck it up. Anyway, Videl alone, massive hype insurgents. Very, very, very
They're
excited
probably
about
sitting around and
that.
be like, we gotta get another chick on this roster.
We really need one.
It's really weird.
Even though this one is backed by her boyfriend.
Yeah, she's still cool.
We need Kale and Caulifla. We need it. It's weird without it. It's weird.
Yeah.
We got one that's a robot, and the other ones are made up waifu. But there's canon girls we can put in there.
Wait, which one's a robot?
I mean, if you can't tell the difference, then...
No, I'm asking because they're not androids, which is the worst part. Android 18 is not an android.
Yeah, I mean, well, she gave birth, so...
Yeah, she's a cyborg.
Yeah. Well, in French, they're called cyborgs.
Yeah, and I think in Japanese, they might actually be called cyborgs.
Like the English translation called them androids, but the books we read here in French...
They bleed, for fuck's sake!
Off the France things, they called them, Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18.
It's like... Why did you... Android has such a remarkably specific meaning.
And honestly, like, for the longest while, Cyborg 18 was what the character was to me. And there was a point where the English had to sort of change that.
Yeah.
Like, the internet... Seeing it enough on the internet changed my brain to be like, oh, that's what they're called now.
But what they call it is wrong.
Yeah.
It's straight up super wrong.
It was also around the time that Saiyajin was the thing to write, and I don't know where that went.
Shut up.
But anyway.
Shut up, Banner the Hawk.
Yeah.
That's what fuck, I'm getting mad about it again. Fucking Gatsu Saiyajin right here.
So that's cool. I'm happy about that. I hope they continue to make the right move.
Watch them bring in. What was that? God. Which is the huge loser? Is it 19? The fucking...
well, there's Garo himself, and then there's the fat...
Yeah, the fat loser that Vegeta tears his arms off.
Yeah, I guess so.
Get that loser in there.
I mean, there's even like, if you want, you can get the lower number losers too, though. Like the Red Ribbon fucking... There's some there's some big old blackface motherfuckers you can go back to.
Oh, that guy.
You know, like
number 2 guy in fucking
there's
Red
the big
Army.
Yeah, there's the big gray one, and then there's the big old blackface.
No, it's
where you're
cool,
just
man.
like, what are you?
No, he just looks like that.
Jiro, what are you doing, Jiro?
No.
Jiro, why?
No. What about that blue motherfucker? What's he? Is he 15? The blue one with the red hair. He punches Goku in the dick super hard.
Maybe.
Or is that 20?
Maybe 8.
I don't fucking know.
All right,
That Android shit got super
13.
crazy.
Yeah,
Can you get Metal Cooler in here?
13. What about Super 17?
I mentioned that earlier.
You did.
He's terrible.
He's got no eyebrows. When you fuse with yourself, you lose your eyebrows.
His fucking backstory is like so stupid and opens up the potential for just like all the dumbest shit ever. Garo makes a real android version of 17 in hell, and he can fuse with himself. Why is that process not then infinitely repeatable in order to destroy God?
Yeah. There should be there should be a character whose power is basically Shikamaru's, who then more or less travels around forcing fusions and then using the forced fusions to fusion again and again and again until they become the biggest number.
Like,
that should happen. That's what I say. If Fused Zamasu can do it, why can't anybody?
Anybody can do it to get their number really big.
So, alongside this announcement was actual footage of Project Z.
Kind of. It's like actual footage of a bunch of the cutscenes, and like Goku walks around for like a second.
So this looks like CyberConnect doing their, their nice cell shading.
Yep.
And it looks pretty. And it's basically a cutscene showing us what looks like the story's or starting point being the Piccolo fight, which unfortunately is not as early as I would like things to start, but whatever. We're just retelling the Z saga, right?
Which Piccolo fight is this?
The Demon Piccolo fight, like the early on.
Oh, because he looks wrong.
It's not the first Piccolo; it's Piccolo Junior fight.
Oh,
right.
Because like that Demon Piccolo, like
that's pre-Z.
Because that one's fucking wild. Like he snaps Goku's legs and shit. He kicks the fuck out of him.
Yeah, we're not going back there, unfortunately.
That's awesome.
I know, but we're not.
That fight is great.
I really wish we'd start at Dragon Ball, but we're not. But anyway, so when I did point out, I was like, oh man,
Krillin's blowing up again.
When I did point out that I was like, oh man, there's so much more world building. Like someone like sent me a tweet that was like, dude, you're an idiot. The original Dragon Ball did not have world building. Half of that shit was just tournament, and the other half of it was like little moment monster of the week adventures or whatever.
Yeah, it really
and I was like,
was.
I guess it was, but I think the reason why it felt like it was world building is because they had to go to different locations on planet Earth.
Yeah.
So we got to see a zone.
Boy, is planet Earth poorly defined in Dragon Ball.
And it feels, and I guess I got a feeling of locations, whereas Z has Namek and the desert we fight in,
and that city,
West City.
That city, yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Right? And so, like, I'm like, maybe I was wrong, but I certainly know there's a feeling of locations that everybody gets from the original Dragon Ball. So I think you got my sentiment at the very least.
There's that one desert they fight in, and then there's that slightly different desert that they fight in.
Yeah.
And then there's that grassy area they fight Cell at.
Yeah. And then there's the Kame house.
Yeah.
But anyway, so this is an RPG, and it's going to be redoing the Z stuff, and it looks pretty, and CyberConnect is probably going to be totally fine. But I think
it might play like trash.
Yeah, but whatever it plays like, I mean, I feel like CyberConnect can handle an RPG.
Yeah.
One would hope.
Also, Dragon Ball fans are used to playing super trash games and telling themselves that they're good. Looking at you, Xenoverse!
I hope that there is, like, I don't know, man. Like, I hope there'd be like maybe DLC of old Dragon Ball or something.
No, it's not gonna happen.
Because I think the only real problem here is like the game looks pretty. It's just shit we've all seen.
Yeah.
How many times are we gonna watch Krillin pop?
A lot more.
We've seen him pop so many times.
Woolie, you're completely right. It doesn't matter. No one cares. No one cares about Dragon Ball. In Toei's eyes. It's all about that DBZ.
Well, anyway.
Yeah, I want to play a fucking thing that starts at the beginning, and I have a goddamn half-hour thing where I argue with that fucking rabbit until I give him the power pole and dump him on the fucking moon. He's turning everybody into carrots. That stuff's rad. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Grandpa Gohan, you know? Those days. And young Bulma and the Capsule Corp. It's just when you don't teleport everywhere.
Does Capsule Corp own the Earth?
They might as well.
Like, it's confusing, right?
It's the Speedwagon Foundation.
No, it's not, because the Speedwagon doesn't own the Earth.
Capsule Corp, I want to say they don't own the Earth, but I want to say they're like bajillionaires. Because if you think about that technology, it is the single most useful thing.
Dude, half the skyscrapers in the cities have Capsule Corp labels on them, and they look like capsule buildings.
But think about that tech in real life.
Yeah, I know. It's
Why
broken.
would you might? It's beyond
It's
broken.
like Mass Effect level busted. Like it's the most ridiculous bullshit ever.
And it has it even like even in the movie in the fucking Broly movie, it has its place and its time and place.
Of course it does.
It's so handy.
They made a time machine.
Yeah.
They made a fucking time machine.
Ed Boon's memeing out there with his shaggy,
man. I feel like
shaggy tweets.
I feel like Future Trunks got the rawest end of every deal that has ever existed.
Wasn't there an arc where he got a good?
Yeah, no, it was the
Black Goku,
Goku Black arc.
Goku Black arc. Yeah.
But the whole point, what I'm trying to make, and like by the way, Plague of Gripes is a fantastic video on how bad time travel is in Dragon Ball. But the only point that I want to make is that Trunks went back in time to save his future, only to come back and find that he can't change his future because his future is always fucked. He can only go back and change and create a new, different future, but when he goes back to his timeline, everyone's still fucking dead, and he kills the androids and Cell, but they're dead.
The name of the move is not Change My Future. It's Change the Future.
Yeah, whatever. He gets nothing.
He gets nothing.
He gets nothing.
He gets to be the messenger. He gets to be, that's it. Yeah. Your world is too late. You get to let us know. Thanks for the heads up, bruh.
And then later Goku Black shows up to like double ruin his future.
It's not Change My Future. It's Change the Future. How did you feel about the Romero-inspired new RE2 commercial?
Soulless compared to the originals.
Even though it was like 30 seconds?
Yep. You see the originals?
I watched it now. There's more than one?
No.
I watched one 30-second commercial directed by Romero.
They've made Resident Evil 2 Romero kind of TV spot style commercials for the new release. They are a reference to the Japanese ads, which were in '98 directed by George Romero.
Yeah.
Those ones are awesome. These ones are weird and sterile.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not good. The originals are better for this game even.
Okay. Do you want to get into it?
No. They're like 30 seconds. Just go watch them.
Well, yeah. So in this one, there's Leon doing the thing in the RPD, and then Claire sees a zombie under the shutter.
It runs away.
And then they meet up, and then they do the thing.
So they're trying to go for a more realistic tone, but Leon closes a door, and then the door immediately just opens, and then he shoots a zombie, and then Claire just zooms up next to him with a badass look on her face for no reason, and it looks weird. Whereas at least the original was kind of campy.
Well, the reason because it's meant to do this. Because when I went to go watch it, I was like, oh, they both kind of end on the same note, which is look at your main characters. But I mean, I'm curious to know what.
You can watch it right now.
Yeah, I literally have both. So,
yeah, it's way better.
So we have the old one that we just played, and then they do the thing. The new one in 30 seconds. Just pretty much has a lot less time. Leon looks way goofy.
Well, yeah, because it's fucking 98.
Some guy. But anyway, so establishing shot. He runs past.
I really like the shot of him running.
Zombies in jail. He has very few bullets.
Can't find ammo, and then
sees a door. Who's behind the door? It's Claire, and she's got her own gun.
tosses her
a shotgun,
and then the
zombos,
tons of zombos. Like, that's
we're
much
doing
better.
It together.
I like that much better. It's also more representative of the game.
Okay.
I like the part where he's like, "Oh fuck, I have no ammo," because that's like a Resident Evil game.
Okay.
See, it's like poetry. Fuck. Rhymes.
Okay.
I was weirded out that they did live action ones because the look the game has, I feel like you could just show cutscenes of that in an ad and it'd be
good. But I mean, clearly they wanted to pay homage.
Yeah,
they did.
They did. See, the problem is they needed to get the 1998's George Romero to shoot that commercial.
Oh, well. I mean, good luck with that.
Yeah, well. Yeah,
I'm busy with the call.
There's a zombie in this game that looks just like Bob from Day of the Dead. Like, and he wears like a overalls. It looks. I'm like, is that a Day of the Dead thing? Probably.
I'm surprised they didn't get fucking.
You're doing it, Michael Bay.
No.
That guy that did that other one. I know the guy too. It did the other Dawn of the Dead. Zack Snyder. There it is.
You can get a Snyder up and down, but I was actually trying to think of Walking Dead.
You were thinking of fucking Frank Darabont?
Not Darabont, but anyway, it's fine. Yes.
No, now I actually need to know who you're talking about because Frank Darabont is Walking Dead, man.
Yes.
So who the fuck are you talking about?
Showrunner that left.
Frank Darabont.
Excuse me then. Never mind. Anyway. Kirkman.
That's the author.
Robert Kirkman.
That's the author.
Okay.
Of the books.
Yes.
You wanted the author of the Walking Dead comics to direct the.
Yeah. Well, anyway, the name I was thinking of was Kirkman.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
You were asking what I was thinking of. That is the answer.
That's good. I like that. Use it.
Okay.
Use it.
Well,
I would like that commercial shot in the style of Shawshank Redemption, please.
Okay.
See, it's a little Frank Darabont joke there. Little Frank Darabont joke there for you. He directed Shawshank Redemption.
I'm just gonna stop saying things.
You get it?
I'm gonna stop saying things.
That's good. That's fine.
What do I know about zombies? I don't have.
Shoot him in the fucking face.
I don't have opinions.
Well, the problem is that you have valid opinions on zombies, but I'm completely obsessed with that literature, so it's like I'm like a dick about it. I'll try to be less of a dick. You're thinking of Frank Darabont.
So I thought the name, but then I was like, no, I'm gonna get it wrong if I say that. So
you got shit canned too.
I won't say Darabont.
That's a whole
I'll
fucking
try to remember Kirkman.
Train wreck of what happened to him on that show.
Whole bunch of hullabaloo.
That show is toxic.
Hey.
Not just because of the zombos. Hey.
So,
fuck this podcast.
Speaking of yeah. Speaking of the undead.
Got it. Did it. Nailed it.
Metroid Prime 4.
Oh, man. Is this weird?
Killed and resurrected. So, it was weird. Right, this was the #1 story of the week. Actually, we could have gotten to it sooner, but I had a nice Jiren.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine.
Metroid Prime. This was weird, but the subsequent details that followed made it make more sense.
This is
as the story has gotten updated,
bizarrely forthright of Nintendo.
Imran Khan.
The only thing I want to say about that I kind of disagree with the way Nintendo handled it is it's a very Japanese way of doing it. But like they had a head of development, I think it was, talk to us in the Nintendo Direct. Who was it?
There was a gentleman.
But he's
development.
He's a complete
Shinya Takahashi.
Completely white room, talking about how Metroid Prime 4 is delayed because they restarted development on it. Right?
Yep.
But like this guy's really, really nitpicky. I feel like he's in the quietest room ever. Like,
it's the Nintendo Direct.
Yeah, but forget room noise. Like, I feel like the candor of his talking is so like soft and close that I feel like I can hear his clothes rustling, and it leads it to this very I felt very uncomfortable listening to this. I felt like I was in a doctor's office.
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Like it's too real.
Okay.
It's too close, man.
You're being really weird. Well, anyway, there's an announcement. I
can't be the only one who felt this way.
You're talking about details that I have no idea where you're coming from. The guy's just standing there telling you.
Too close. I felt like he's standing too close.
The poor man is standing there trying to tell us all that we've got to delay Metroid Prime 4 because we're scrapping what we had and we're restarting development. And effectively, the reason why you haven't seen anything is because we weren't happy with the quality of it so far. So that's really honest and straight up, and that's cool. And
it's rare that anyone would admit to it.
Yeah, but it's also great. It also explains why you're gonna continue to see radio silence.
I can only think of one game ever that the devs came out and went, "Shit sucked. We canned it. We're starting over." And it's ironically enough RE2, where they got to 70% completion and then said we threw the entire game out and we started over, and it was delayed for like a year. And this is shocking that because that's a lot of work that they probably tanked.
Yes. So I mean, it's been about a year and
change.
A year and change since probably. But here's the thing about it, though, right? So cue the awesome tweet that Min put out of just a bunch of thumbnails of people grabbing their heads going, "Cancelled!" and tilting the Metroid logo all over.
Well, a version of that game was absolutely canceled.
Yeah. And everyone's like, or delayed, oh my god. And it's like, guess what? This is the best news you could have heard of outside of a trailer for the fucking thing.
That's correct.
Because we want it to be good.
It doesn't need to just be good also. It needs to be, like, fantastic.
Yes. So, like, Metroid, this can't just be a little bit better than Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
It has to be in-fucking-credible, right?
And it needs to make up for Other M as well.
This has to be a Breath of the Wild and Mario Odyssey to Metroid.
Oh, jeez. That's I didn't even think of that context. That's a big fucking plate to spin.
You understand?
Eat.
It has to be that to Metroid. Yes, it's a lot. It is a lot. So, when you think about it from that point of view of, like, new era Switch Nintendo entries to their games, where this game takes over the industry and it's all people are talking about for a couple of months.
Yeah.
Everyone has to be talking about Metroid Prime 4 for a couple of months.
Hey,
when it comes out.
If anyone from
and then when the DLC happens.
If anyone from Retro listens to this podcast, can you guys write in to the email and tell us if Miyamoto came in to yell at you guys again
about the heads?
Because that'd be really funny.
It would be funny if he came in to do it and then went,
like, I'm gonna
remember, and then they're all like, no, those people don't work here anymore.
Those people all died.
We don't know anything about what you're talking about. And that's actually,
and he doesn't know what they're saying.
So that's the part of the story that's really funny. So the story is that Metroid Prime 4 has gotten canceled, and they're going to, or not canceled, scrapped, and they're restarting work, and they're handing it to Retro Studios, the people who made Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3, instead of who they had working on it before, and that's that. So then my first question goes, well, they never really said who they had working on it.
Yes.
They just kind of said, we're making it. So you're like, Nintendo is making it. But what does that actually mean?
It could mean a lot of things. They have a shit ton of people that work at Nintendo.
Exactly. So you're not sure exactly.
It could have been the Punch-Out people, for fuck's sake.
So you do a little bit of digging, and it seems like, despite never really formally announcing it, what was happening was it was being developed by Bandai Namco Singapore.
Yeah, that's...
So they confirmed that in 2018 early on. Eurogamer was able to confirm that. But that's the studio that was working on it, right? So that was not really put out there publicly. But that's where
all I can think of is why not have Retro make it?
Well, because Retro no longer had the former Metroid Prime team.
Yeah.
Those people all left, right? So the story, when you dig a little bit, is interesting because it's like Retro still gets it back, which you kind of go, so wait, if the original team is gone, is this just a PR move?
No.
And it's like, no, they're capable of doing it, but
the people that worked with the people who were there and who got taught and trained by those people are still,
So it turns out that even though they are the same studio, but they don't have any of the former people that were involved, Retro made a pitch.
Yeah.
And showed it to Nintendo, and Nintendo went, oh, okay, yeah, you guys can do it.
Yeah, that's hot.
So they so Retro made a pitch with the new team to show, no, we can still do it.
Yeah.
And then they got it.
Our good pal Eli, aka Plague of Gripes, made a fantastic point on Twitter. It was about Anthem, but it applies to this. And he suggested that when a certain part of your key development staff leaves the company, you should be legally mandated to put quotes around the name of your company on the game box. He was referencing BioWare presents Anthem, right? But people also pointed out that this would very much apply to Blizzard or now Retro. Retro would get maybe a single pair of air quotes, right? But BioWare, they're up to like 5 or 6, and Blizzard, I don't even know who the fuck even works there anymore. Valve, just like, it's by Blizzard with your big old air quotes.
Would you prefer that game studios were like movie studios where the name usually implies that there's one like Koji Pro is here, and we see the name Koji Pro, and that means Kojima's involved?
I don't know. Games are fucking weird.
When you see Troublemaker Studios, you know that's Robert Rodriguez.
It's really, really fucking weird, because with a movie studio, you get here's the studio that's putting it. It's Legendary, or fucking.
And then
whatever.
The individual credits are individual.
Then you get the director, and sometimes you get the writer.
Yeah,
and you get the actors, and you can feasibly ballpark it just from that, right? In game dev, you get the company. And if you're lucky, you get the team. And the team will tell you everything you need to know. What did they work on? What did that team make? When Metal Gear was coming out, you knew exactly what it was the team that makes Metal Gear. That's what when fighting games in Capcom come out, it's like, well, is it the Marvel guys, is it the Street Fighter guys, or is it who's doing it?
When you see the name Square Enix, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, is it the Final Fantasy team? What is the Final Fantasy team? Because Sakaguchi's been gone for a decade plus. They move people around from project to project, depending on who needs what.
So in video games, it basically means we are the license holder.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
At that point, you're so broad scope. But
it's one of those things that I actually like. I feel like NetherRealm fans are very lucky, because you know who makes Mortal Kombat? Mortal Kombat. Ed Boon and the Ed Boon crew.
Well, it was Midway, and then it became NetherRealm.
Yeah, but I mean the people who make Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
It's the fucking look at Rare.
Yeah.
Does anyone
that name
who you think of as Rare?
That name doesn't
still
mean that name does.
there.
Yeah.
Not like.
Yeah, that's a weird thing that only happens in games, and if it does happen in film, it doesn't happen big enough or often enough that we know about it.
Think of fucking Industrial Light and Magic.
Yeah.
You know who Industrial Light and Magic is?
Weta.
Yeah,
but these people come in to do specific jobs, though, right? That's kind of like the equivalent of ILM or Weta would be Unreal. You know what I mean? In a way,
it'd be Epic or
it's not necessarily
or
the
that
same
fucking
thing.
That port company that people try and get to pretend doesn't exist. There's that Japanese company that's secret that makes all those licensed games, and they slap the Namco name on it. I forget.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
They made some Capcom games and said, "Yeah, Capcom totally made it."
Yes. No, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Like, think of Street Fighter. Who's making it? Capcom?
Dimps?
No, Dimps is making it.
Yeah.
Is that fine? I don't know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Turns out it was totally fine.
It was fine,
but
at the time, yeah. Blue Point. There you go.
Yeah.
And there was what was there? There was like, yeah, there's other examples, and we'll get into fucking porting companies because there's some good news on that. But
and then you'll get weird shit in video game industry where it's like, hey, it's the director of this with a completely new team. And you're like, wait, that feels like produced by Quentin Tarantino.
You're right. What I'm wondering is, like, if games... Because here's the thing, is that, like, film is a big enough industry that, like, you know, things are always... Like, the money you're dealing with in movies is not the same as the money you're dealing with in games. And you're, in a lot of cases, like, spending in video games is hugely inflated for returns.
Oh, yeah,
because of the technology costs and whatnot. It's mandatory to have a team that understands, like, the tech and that it's capable going forward and whatnot. But if you were to kind of have things become like this writer is freelance, because this is happening, like, not every company has this, but it's happening more often now, where what's her name that wrote Mirror's Edge and Thief and
I'm not familiar.
I forgot her name, but she's been writing a lot of different stuff. And it's like the writer, Rhianna Pratchett.
There it is.
Rhianna Pratchett's coming in. She's doing the script, and she is not a part of this company or studio or whatever. She's uniquely writing this thing, and then a unique director is coming in, or whatever the case is.
Hey, we got Chris Avellone come in and write a couple characters for us.
It is happening sometimes now, but it's still, for the most part, the studio will give you the writer, the studio will give you the director, the studio will give you the artist, the art director, the art team, and so on and so forth, and you just work within its boundaries. It would be interesting if they kind of started doing things differently, where it was like a name in each of these positions coming together, so that you could get these insane...
Well, hey, listen, you don't want to have that happen, because then you can't just lay people off whenever the fuck you want. Not if they have actual brand or name power.
But also, directors have a team of people they like working with. Like,
yes, they do.
You know, Suda's got Grasshopper and his boys. You know,
this is the people I like.
This is my team.
We know what we're doing.
This is what we do. It.
Like, for good or for ill.
Yeah. I don't know that game directors, like, even if Kojima, like, could be like, I'm an individual, hire me to work on whatever game, and I'll do my Kojima touch with your team or whatever.
Yeah.
It would be like...
Well, what about the rest of Koji Pro?
Yeah, it would be a little bit odd. And so you have to imagine that, like, when Jerry Bruckheimer gets involved with a production, you know, he's like, I'm bringing my boys. We got these people we've been working with for a long time. They're all trusted. And then we've got our you know, your crew that is more or less the equivalent of fucking Capcom or Platinum.
Part of the reason why the movie industry is the way it is versus the game industry is that almost everybody who works in the movie industry is union. Mm-hmm. So they have job security and they have a name to attach to themselves. Whereas the biggest lament that I have, like, about, how do I put this? You know when a game comes out and it's great, and then you find out that the sequel is made by a weird pseudo team that has some members of the original and new, and it's like, oh, why? Oh, it's because some of those people got let go, and then people got rehired. That sucks. It would have been much nicer had they stayed on, but because layoffs are so common that, like, it just fucking happens.
You know that amazingly trashy Guitar Hero a Rock Band story with Bobby Kotick that we always talk about?
Hell yeah.
How
I'm going to run this into the ground.
How Guitar Hero marketed itself as the original franchise, despite the fact that Harmonix no longer had the name.
Oh, man.
And then Bobby Kotick did interviews where he's like, yeah, some other rip-off company is trying to imitate our brand, right? And any investors on the outside that don't care to look in more than one page go, yeah, huh, how about that, right? Who are these other guys coming up here? Should we be worried? And they're like, no, they're just some rip-offs. Right. That could never happen in movies.
No.
And that, I think, is kind of where my brain is kind of trying to go, because I'm trying to formulate this point and I'm having a hard time putting words to it.
Let me give you a different example.
But the idea of a studio of a brand being handed off to a different studio and then competing against it in this particular way feels like that's a game industry exclusive problem. Let
me give you an example here. The reverse example. 3 of them, in fact. The Last Story. That's more of a Final Fantasy game than some Final Fantasy games.
Right.
Regardless of its brand association.
Because of the people on it.
Because the people who fucking made Final Fantasy, at least a couple of them, made that game.
Right.
Evil Within is a shitty Resident Evil game, and Evil Within 2 is a really good Resident Evil game. And those are more Resident Evil games than Resident Evil Gaiden is, or fucking Gun Survivor, despite the fact that they're not actually Resident Evil games, because they're made by a bunch of the people who made those. And you can fucking feel it.
Yeah.
Right? That's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That doesn't happen in movies. You don't see a fucking director lose the license to the Jason franchise and go, it's, what was it, Basin Voorhees slasher again.
Yacht Club.
Right?
Right? Just burst out a way forward. Yeah, we're doing our own thing in this particular way. Like, you don't see that happen in the same way. Because oftentimes it's individuals, and then they have, like, they get the billing, and then they bring a crew with them, I suppose. But
like, take for example Dark Souls, right?
Yeah.
From Software's making a new Dark Souls game. Shut up, I don't care who's making it. From Software. No. Who's making it?
Yeah.
What team?
Yeah.
There are like a couple you guys have. Okay, you remember how they're all weird and shit about who was making which ones? Mm-hmm. And then after Dark Souls 2, they were like, Miyazaki's guys, it's the Miyazaki team. They're making it. It's Miyazaki. Miyazaki, he's the president, but he's also making the Dark Souls.
You know what it is? It's the same question, right? You go, they've announced a new movie in the blank franchise. Yes. And you go, cool, who's directing it? And then you have an answer and you go,
Uwe Boll.
Ridley Scott. And you go, okay, right? And you go, they're making a new Souls game. Who's directing it? And you can say Miyazaki. But there's a level of obfuscation that is the name FromSoft in between that piece of information that will oftentimes be where the question stops.
Who's making Smash Brothers? Bandai Namco.
Right.
What?
Yeah, exactly. So there's
it's Sakurai, right? Yes. Yeah. What?
There's a layer of noise in video games where the who's making it question, there's a fake answer, which is the studio, and then there's a real answer, which is the name of the people that are actually on the fucking thing.
It's like...
That's what it is.
Like, depending on the size of the team, a group of 10 to 50 people.
Yeah.
Despite how big the team is, the key members, who's really...
Yeah.
And it is not to demean any particular programmer or any particular artist or any particular designer, but the people who hold the key positions are obviously going to have more influence. The head artist is going to have more influence than any other artist underneath them.
It would not have been inaccurate a couple years back to come in to work and be like, Capcom is making a new Devil May Cry.
Yes.
And it's like, yes, that is...
It says Capcom
that's
on
what's
that
happening.
box.
That is what's occurring here. And so anyway.
Well, shit, think how confusing it gets when the story started at Nintendo. Sony is making a game. Yeah. That could mean fucking anything.
Yeah.
So then you go, which Sony? And then they go, Sony Santa Monica. And you go, oh, I know that one. But
So, we got to move on, but we had a bunch of segue points. I'm going to branch off of the latter.
I'll just hit it, whatever.
And say that, speaking of Miyazaki...
Yeah? Oh, man.
He did a little interview, and he was just basically him talking about what he would be... what he would think of a Demon's Souls remaster.
That'd be cool, right?
And, he kind of says, yeah... It's kind of embarrassing to look back at your old work, and ultimately he doesn't like doing that. He says that he's not closed to the idea of remastering Demon's Souls, but he wouldn't want to do it himself. He would want it to be done by an amazing studio.
Honestly, I think pretty much everybody would be happy with just a port to modern consoles.
But he wouldn't.
Yeah.
He's embarrassed by it looking back at it.
I don't know, that game's fucked up and weird, and I like it.
So yeah, it is a weird case of like, I don't want to touch this. I don't want to do it. I've got weird hang-ups about where this game is at, despite everyone's fond memories of it.
Yeah, that I would understand the From Software gang like looking back on any shipped project they've made and being like having weird, because like those games are shipped like unbelievably unfinished in terms of the stuff that was planned to be in them. Mm-hmm. They are way overly ambitious. Like, think of the cut Bloodborne bosses that people have found, right? If I was working on that, I look at it like, oh, we never got that fucking snake ball guy working. Boo, ah.
So yeah, he is. As long as they hand it to a capable studio, he'd be on board. But he would not want it to just be an up port in HD.
The problem is that we have this issue in which Blue Point can only employ so many people at once, and everyone wants them. What are they working on now? I don't know. I probably want it.
Well, someone with tons of experience in that realm has decided to throw his hat in the ring.
What's that? Oh, yes. Specifically, the Dark Souls modding realm.
Mr. fucking Durante himself has opened up his own PC port studio.
Now, Durante is responsible for the ultra-famous DS fix that fixed the original Prepare to Die port of Dark Souls. He should not only be known for that, he also fixed Deadly Premonition on the PC.
And then went on to do stuff for Trails of Cold Steel.
Yep.
So
the man knows his stuff.
He's quite talented at doing this thing. So he's like, why don't I make a fucking business out of it? It reminds me of a Christian Whitehead type situation.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, he's already doing the work.
I'm doing it for fun on a professional level. So,
you know, like, I feel like a lot of, particularly now, a lot of people are going to be, like, especially the remastered version, so DS Fix has kind of fallen out of importance. Sorry, microphone. But, like, it can't be overstated how insane it was that DS Fix came out the day of the PC port's release, because he had done, like, weeks of prep. Assuming it was going to be bad.
That's amazing. That's amazing. What a fucking cool champ. Wow. Holy shit. That's really impressive.
So yes, this person should open
in
up
anticipation.
Yes. It was out the day of, man.
Holy shit. Yeah. So yeah. Peter, like, Durante.
People didn't have time to get
Thorman.
Pissed off. Like, that's how fast it was.
Yeah. It was already out. What a beast. He's been fixing a lot of PC ports for various people and games. All for the funsies.
But now for the monies.
Yes. His studio is called PH3. And he's basically said, we just got through the bureaucratic IDs and blah, blah, blah. So it's now a business official. And they're going to be doing ports. So if you want the DS Fix treatment for your game, and if you want to not just do an embarrassing, shoddy, last-minute afterthought port, just get Durante on the case.
Yep.
And he can do it.
Okay, this is how fascinating I find this man's work. I'm probably going to buy the next game that his studio puts out, or like that his studio ports, no matter what it is, because I want to see
what he does.
Yeah, like I want to see how it feels and what options are there.
He puts
like
in.
That, like. Mm-hmm. That's how fascinated I am with this person's work in this field.
PC is interesting because there's always the options menu will never be the same over the course of years. All right, like PC games are like, you know, back in the day, options menus on an old console game would be audio, stereo, or monaural,
subtitles if you're lucky,
and then difficulty, and then controls,
and that might be just to look at them,
and then we're done. You know, and yeah, PC games obviously have like come fucking from all the way there to pages upon pages.
Like there are so
options.
Many things you can do in a PC port that would make it like good or bad. Resident Evil 2 has something really awesome where it shows you exactly how, like, it shows you graphics load and memory load and processor load as you turn each option on or off.
Cool.
It shows you how much juice it's using, and it will tell you you're probably using too much juice.
Yeah.
In addition, it has a picture on the screen that shows you what the fuck the option you're turning on does. Turn off volumetric lighting, it'll show you a scene from the game without volumetric but that's the top shelf. Most games don't have that.
So I liken it to probably being like a car where you can just go, how much of the hood do you want access to? You know, and that is up to the developer.
Do you want to be able to adjust your carburetor yourself? Do you know what I'm saying to you?
You know,
if the answer is no, that's fine.
Right.
We'll hide this in the advanced options menu.
Don't worry about it, right? You can deal with the dashboard and
you
drive
hit that
it up
recommended
here.
button.
Right. And then there's the no, I want to open up the hood and go in there.
I want to replace the engine.
And then there's the going under the hood isn't good enough. Get this motherfucker up on a jackboot. I'm going underneath.
Yeah.
I'm sliding underneath the fucker. And that's another level. And like, yeah, you want to see.
So in this analogy, I would say the engine is the advanced options config in any graphics, and the fucking jack it up and go underneath is like, where does this game hide its config file?
It's ionized. Yeah.
Where is this fucking...
Yeah.
Where's Skyrim prefs.ini?
When you're fucking right-clicking on ini files...
You're going into my documents, and you're like, where is this shit?
Drag that shit into Notepad++.
I bet I can force this thing to fucking do max LOD at all ranges.
Start changing ones to zeros.
Or vice versa.
Yeah. I hear you. Fucking Durante.
PC
Good.
gaming is...
What? There's codes?
So... no, the thing about Anthem is that...
And servers were full?
So the servers were full. It's a pretty common issue with an online game that the game comes out, uh-oh, it's fucky.
Yeah.
Right? Shit's all broken, shit's crashing.
Yes.
What was fascinating is that then Origin went down entirely.
Mm-hmm.
And that killed an esports tournament, I think, that was based off FIFA.
Okay.
That was happening at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it was then discovered... People thought Origin was fucking up, thus bringing down Anthem.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out it was the opposite. So when Anthem fails to connect to the server, it floods the server with login attempts, is essentially causing a one-man DDoS. So every person trying to log in ended up DDoSing Origin because Anthem's netcode is built to DDoS itself.
What? Okay, that's not at all. I didn't catch that at all. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That sucks.
There's a guy doing packet sniffing and found out, like, when you try and log in and it can't log in, it just tries to log in over and over and over and over and over and over in like a second.
Oh my god. And then just spams and everyone's doing it.
And that also attaches to the Origin login authentication server.
Boy, yeah.
And like they brought Origin down with that. And everyone in the world is like, this is an online game similar to Destiny or Warframe. This is dire. The online infrastructure of your online game is something that is very important, and this seems like the kind of mistake that would have shown up like on the page or on design, let alone within scale tests.
I literally was the person responsible for running room-wide tests where everyone was on that login screen, and then you hit the button to shut the whole thing down and see what happens.
This should have shown up.
That's wacky that didn't happen. And here's the thing. Extensive network testing makes the number go high. I talked about this before. The money goes fucking high.
Oh yeah, you got to get a lot of people. You got to get them to a lot of places
at the same time, and then you got to get the network guy hanging in there doing various versions of ups and downs.
Yeah,
it takes a lot. However, when you don't do it, the cost is nightmarish on the back end if you fuck up.
Yeah, do it now.
Pay now or pay later.
Or do it twice as big later.
Pay now or pay later.
Yeah.
You know, how much you want to pay.
That's the cost of making your online game.
So that is really, really wacky that this happened, but it seems like it would have been an opportunity to cut corners and possibly save some money, and that didn't happen, so now you got to pay more.
So so this is the bummer, right?
Yikes.
Anthem looks fine. Like, people are playing it. Mm-hmm. It doesn't look bad at all. Mm-hmm. It looks promising even, right? And they've talked, they're not going to have any, all the maps and expansion stuff is all going to be free, and you're going to buy cosmetics. It's basically going on Warframe's business model, except you buy the disc.
So right? I wasn't crazy for thinking, yay, I want to Iron Man a little bit?
No, you weren't. Turns out, that trailer they showed up was absolutely the fakest shit in the world. for sure. But it looks fine.
Okay.
But
I felt so attacked last time it came up. I didn't even know what to fucking do.
Well, it was mainly because like the thing they had shown was fake.
Okay.
And like looking at it now, it's even more clear that it was fake.
Mm-hmm.
But like if like you've used Origin, do you remember trying to get into Titanfall 2 and Origin would sometimes just tell you no for no reason?
Yep.
This game the online infrastructure is like the actual most important thing.
It's the whole thing, yeah.
Right? And if it don't work, then no game. It's dire to have this problem. That's bad to have.
Yeah. I haven't again. Like I think. How long is the VIP demo access up
done.
for? It's gone. Oh.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Oh.
It was the weekend.
Damn. Because I think someone was like, "Yo, I got a code if you want to look at it."
Yeah.
And I didn't because I was busy, but I wanted to. Okay, well, whatever. We'll wait.
There's going to be a public demo on the first week of February,
which is days away.
Yeah, I think it's February 3rd.
Okay.
I think probably that weekend.
Well, that's a weird one. So yeah, that happened, and that's yikes. Always test your network shit on a network-based centered game, guys. But that's, who am I? I don't know. QA? What? Anyways.
I'm sure someone internally told them. So you know what's even crazier to me? BioWare, regardless, the fact that it is not BioWare Austin, but BioWare regardless, within that parent company, they have a studio that made an MMO. So there should be people that worked on that MMO they could tap for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And be like, hey, can you come in for a week and look at it to see if it suck?
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't. Or maybe they did. I don't know.
You have the people somewhere
You have access to people who know how to run an MMO.
Yeah.
That works. I've never heard anything horrific about, like, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic.
Okay, but here's the other thing, though. Is when you also have outsourcing where you literally have third-party QA companies that do this for you.
Well.
You send them your code, and they go, here's a build. How many people can you do network tests on? How much stress can you get on the system? And back, like, when I said I played, when I did testing for, like, Dirt, for example, and, like, the Codemaster stuff, it was like, yeah, that was, like, a very brief period of a massive network test where we get, like, 100 people in a room and just fucking go for it. You know? And that's what we are. We're a room full of people coming in at 6 in.the.morning to try out break
this fucking
network code. Yeah, so
hey, look, it broke. We didn't even have to do anything.
Speaking of broken, you want to reset that clock for me? Can you reach over and reset it?
I reset it.
Thanks.
So what news is it this week? Oh yeah, this thing.
Fallout 76 is getting PvE content in March alongside PvP survival mode.
So they talked about the survival mode and what it entails. And everyone and their mom discovered that there are massive design issues with it that make it sound like an actual nightmare. The number one design problem with their PvP mode is that it's survival. So, it's like kind of like permadeath.
Yep.
But when you get killed, you'll respawn at Vault 76 to start again. And everyone went, you're going to respawn every dead player in the map in the same location? A location that other players can reach? Are you actually for real? Yeah. And there has been no comment on that. That, like, what? You can't do that. It will be a nightmare. It will be a slaughtering pen. Especially, it's a vault? That's a doorway to walk out of.
So, seems like they've been jumping on Reddit to try and talk down the storm.
Yeah?
A little bit. And apparently, there's going to be this March content drop that is... going to address some concerns.
Uh-huh.
But details are still being worked on.
I can't think of many times when a company is like, we're going to release a content thing. And the universal response is, that sounds fucking dumb. But this game is a unique game in which even the people who play it kind of look to dog on it.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely, like I said it right before we started, but we're now hitting the point where, like, everyone's like sneezing or coughing and being like, did the clock reset? You know what I mean? Like, did someone fart somewhere and did that fart wind blow into a gust that reset the clock?
Did that fart cost $276?
Well, boy, we got a twofer, I suppose. But $276 is the cost of the Fallout 76 leather jacket that has been apparently...
It looks bad, dude.
Not getting the greatest reviews.
It looks bad,
Not getting the greatest reviews on the tweet.
It looks like those IKEA bags made out of tarp.
I mean, like, it's like, is there... Like, there's one thing where, like, the bag was like, you saw one thing, you got another.
Yeah.
In this case, you saw what you got. It ain't fantastic. Is that a clock reset?
I don't know. See, normally this wouldn't be like that big of a deal, except the price is set so high specifically as like a tie-in to the game to have the same number. There's a $300 fucking leather jacket that looks like dog shit.
I mean,
this looks like the Nuka rum shit again. Right? Where they just like, hey, look, those rums were like $80, man.
Yeah.
They were dog shit. They're terrible.
So there were tweets that were coming out where people were literally showing pictures of blue tarp and plastic bags, and it was like, oh dear. Oh no.
It's also ugly as shit.
But is it not that? Is that not the shade of blue that the Fallout
is
accurate?
I don't think they should have made a fucking Fallout leather jacket.
Like, you would have to make it look not that bright and garish. You would have to make it, like, dark blue.
Well, it's supposed to be a fucking dick-ass jumpsuit.
Yeah. So you'd have to
look like an idiot.
You'd have to make it like a dark blue that is not accurate in order to make it like something people would want to wear.
Let's be clear. Bethesda is very concerned with the accuracy of the Fallout franchise when it comes to merchandise.
Fair.
Very concerned.
Point. Yeah.
I also saw an isolated case of one of the fucking collector's editions, like the brother of Brotherhood of Steel helmet gave this girlfriend bought it for her boyfriend, like, hey, and she tried it on as a goof, and it had some kind of horrible allergic reaction to the plastic or something.
Yikes.
Now that's a one-off case and may in fact just be a freak allergic reaction. But it's still, like, I hope she feels much better now, but it's still, like, darkly humorous. Because I'm waiting for the Fallout 76 item that poisons people.
Again, we're not there yet. But this clock has a reset button. And
I legitimately think that there will be a Fallout 76 piece of news that will have human injury involved in it.
What I'm actually waiting for is the week that we read the story and then we are interrupted mid-story with the new story. That can actually happen. That is that is feasible.
A longtime watcher of the show got in contact with me, an Australian, in fact, about who had worked in the games business. Who had worked in, I think he worked at EB Games, and could describe like what was going on with the recall of the Fallout 76 things. It doesn't mean the game's going free to play. It means the game is being returned too often to be sold at a profit.
So then...
Send them back.
Huh.
So like if the game is returned...
Yeah,
and because if you return a game, you can sell it used, right?
Yes, but we can't.
But
sell it.
If the used copies don't sell either,
yeah, exactly.
Then it's actually worthless
because we're spending money.
Yeah, because margins on new games are really low.
Like even no matter how low it is, we can always end up burning through money buying it back.
So send them back.
Okay, got it.
Which is its own kind of sad little.
You know what? That's an interesting fucking downside to your resell business model.
Oh yeah,
that can happen. Is
you can have a game that can bomb twice in your store.
Yeah. But at that point, usually they just go, we're not buying copies of this game anymore.
Yeah, except it's a big-ass game, so they probably bought a shit ton.
Right. It's like a Madden game or something where they go, no, fuck no sports games.
Yeah.
Like, this is one they actually didn't expect that to happen.
This may, in fact, lead to a Fallout 76 landfill in the bush. And
in a bunker, perhaps?
Listen, if you drive a truck and somebody tells you to dump a bunch of Fallout 76 copies in the middle of the Australian bush, you write us, because I want to see pictures of that fucking death trap.
Let's take some emails.
Some emails?
Some emails.
Hey, if you want to send some memes to Castle Super Beast, you can send those to @WoolieWools on Twitter. I believe that's @WoolieVersus as well. What's your Twitter? Send him memes. He loves them.
It's Woolie.
He loves them so much. But if you want to send some questions or comments, possibly corrections, to this here podcast, you can send that to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
After you send me your memes, be sure to send your angry Persona rants over to Pat.
That's fine.
That's Angriest Pat on Twitter.
Woolie, like you need to tell them.
Let's Angriest Pat on Twitter.
Like you need to tell them.
Yep. Very, very crucial. That's where those go.
Yeah.
We got a couple.
By the way, I'm just joking. Send me the memes. I love them.
We got one coming in from Kyle. He says,
Hey, Kyle, what up?
Dear Woolie Kennedy and Pat Redfield, after playing
I'll
through
take that.
Remake, I was surprised to see several references to the Outbreak series, including the Bullhorn announcement to evacuate the station, Leon and Claire here while driving through the city, as well as several mentions of Officer Rita Phillips.
Yep.
I was wondering if there were any more interesting Easter eggs you guys, specifically Pat, being a Resident Evil guy, noticed while playing the game. If that's too narrow a question, what's a shout-out a game has given to what you would consider an obscure or lesser-known piece of media that you would like to give attention to? Thanks for reading and all the best, Kyle.
The number one connection to Outbreak is the fact that the new hidden passage underneath the main lobby statue that leads to the parking lot is the one from Outbreak that Rita Phillips crawls into to get a truck so you guys can escape in that Outbreak scenario. It was a cool addition to the police station, and I'm glad they included it.
Okay. I want to give a very specific shout out to Strider 2014.
All right.
Because in Strider 2014, there are collectibles.
Did that game actually come out 5 fucking years ago?
I guess so.
Jesus Christ.
Strider 2014 had collectibles that are fallen Striders. Okay? There are 11 fallen Striders that were sent in to defeat Grandmaster Mayo.
That's cool.
Before you.
Yeah.
And they all failed.
Yeah.
You find their gear and their equipment as you go through the game. Each time you find them, it's a different color scheme of their Strider outfit as well.
Okay.
And all 11, which are named characters, besides obvious ones like Strider Hien, who was literally a character that you fought in Strider 2, all the others are references to Capcom ninjas over the years.
Just great.
The color configurations that you pick up include all kinds of fun stuff. And if you go back over them, you can see like Strider... I actually pulled up a list here. Like Strider Hoenn is the elf from Dungeons & Dragons on the Capcom games. Roga is Hayato from Star Gladiator. Ibuki from Street Fighter. Kenji from Red Earth. Guy from Final Fight. Like, there's one for Rad Spencer. There's one for Lin.
He's not a ninja.
He's not a ninja, no. There's one for Lin Kurosawa. There's one for like classic Hiryu as well. So like a lot of those costumes are just like references to a bunch of the like other Capcom ninjas and characters and fun stuff.
That's genuinely pretty cool.
So that's super rad. And they also have like tons of like fun little lore implications. So I like that one. And that's obscure digging. That's obscure shit in an already obscure thing. being double obscure.
I think the most obscure shout out I can think of that is actually also Resident Evil related is in RE7. You can find a news article in a magazine written about the Raccoon City outbreak, written by, I forget her name right now, I remember if I saw it, but the journalist character from RE Outbreak. Which means that at least one character from RE Outbreak survived.
After the story. Okay, yeah.
Which is weird because canonically only the 4 people got out of Raccoon City plus Carlos and Jill. But whatever, the Outbreak survivors got out too. Alyssa, that was her name.
We got one coming in from Nepwar. He says, Dear Super Beast, all the way up northeast.
Yo.
I remembered how Ubisoft fucked up Tetris on PS4, and I thought to ask, how could you fuck up? When I look at a piece of media like that, I really wonder, how could you fuck this up? Is there any others that you guys think of that are like, I guess, in that vein? Slam dunks, how do you fuck it up?
Hyper Fighting was fucked up when it came out.
Hyper Fighting was great. You mean Super?
No, I mean Hyper Fighting.
I love Hyper Fighting.
No, when it came out on Xbox Live.
Oh, okay.
It was
fucked
fucked
up. You meant original release.
Like they had the sound effects that were so off that even people who were not fighting game fans were like, "This feels wrong."
One that comes to mind for me is Turtles in Time 360.
Oh yeah.
It was such a slam. Like, how do you fuck that up? You know, you even traced over the fucking original game and with that I remember that trailer literally switching back and forth between the two.
Yeah.
And somehow it was just wonk and awful. That was a really bad one. Sparkster.
I was just thinking of the new fucking Rocket Knights / Sparkster.
Yeah.
Of like the instant I think we saw the trailer at E3. The instant we saw it, we both went, oh. Like, you could tell right away that it was garbage. Fucking DMC 2.
I get. Well, I'm not. To be honest, they didn't know what they had. It was the second time out. They didn't know where they were going with it. I'm willing to take that. I'm not that surprised by that. I'm not that surprised because they didn't know what they had was great until it was after the fact.
Do you want to surf Fallout 76?
I'm gonna begrudgingly say Nidhogg.
Really?
But it's not. But it is. But it's not.
Yeah. I know.
It's just one thing, and it's like.
I know.
But that one thing was enough for people to suddenly stop talking about it and playing it
Oh,
as much.
Man. You know what game? It was like, how you fucked this up so bad? FF7 for the PC back in like 96.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
That thing was the fucking worst. That was back when you could return PC games, by the way. And I had never even heard of a game that got returned more. Nobody's computer could run it. That port sucked. That was supposed to be the big in on like Japanese games on the PC.
Wrestler X says, Dear Lords of Salt, after Pat talking about the Empire in 14, and the devs making a drastic story change measures for everyone to hate them, it made me wonder, do you have any bad guys in video games or others mediums that you've thought, I wish I could be on their side instead? For me, Sele was right. Human instrumentality is the best thing for humanity.
All right, well, you sound like a psycho.
That's enjoy your goop.
I very rarely sympathize with the villains' motivations enough to the point where I'm like, yeah, I want to join their team. But there are a couple villains where I have this feeling where it's like, you're not wrong. Like, I'm obviously opposed to you.
Yeah.
But you have a really good reason to the point where I would not even attempt to argue with the person.
Yeah. I put Millions Knives in that category if he had more time to talk in the show. Of course, in both cases, he ends up being more or less psycho. But the core motivator is like, I get it. I understand. Vash's brother is like, yeah, he's got his reasons. And the core of it is like, yeah, I think a lot of people in that situation would kind of hate the same thing. So there's that.
Like,
obviously, you can if you want to get memes out, you can go XCOM lols. But
like, you think about it, it's like Solidus Snake is so evil, but he was also actually correct about the problem, right?
Yes. Yes.
Like, his methods are so outrageous.
Yes.
But he's dealing with a problem that you don't even know about.
Yes.
And, oh, wow, it's actually a big fucking problem.
George Sears is like, I was holding them back.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes, true.
And it's like there are millions and millions of lives lost as a result of everything to do with the Patriots.
Yeah.
And it's like, yes, George, you are a complete psychopath and love child soldiers and all that shit.
You should not be running this country. However,
but I do see now that you were trying to do a thing.
You as the last human being that is the president versus whatever the fuck that is. Yeah, fair enough. I think there's probably a couple others out there, but he's pretty solid. I always like talking about Funny Valentine.
Yeah,
because that's fun stuff. But yeah, there you go. That's what I would say.
If I will keep that question in mind, and if I run into one in the near future, I will try and make it known, because that is a very interesting thing in fiction.
It is, and it doesn't happen often. But when it does, it is rad.
Like, this sucks, because there was a character in a game that I played within the past couple months, in which I remember feeling, is this person even bad? Like, is this I have one. Witcher 2.
Okay.
The primary antagonist of Witcher 2, you hit a point in which you go, do I even disagree with this person at all? And you can decide to not have the final boss fight and instead have a sit-down conversation for about 10 minutes and then just leave.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Like, the character is sitting there going, so we can have a boss fight, and you go, you know what? I'm not feeling it.
Cool.
And you can just leave.
Yeah. Char.
No, Char's nuts.
No.
Earth is the problem. I don't want to hear that.
Okay. Char's
dad was nuts too, by the way.
Char up until a point.
Yeah, exact. See? That's the problem.
Char up until a point. Yeah. He was totally like, you had me, and then in your counterattack, you went a little too far. Well, it's like I wanna make a distinction, because there are two types of opposing force in a hero's journey. There's the antagonist and there's the villain, and they're not necessarily the same person. Antagonist just means that it is the person who changes the status quo that causes the events, or the person who's in opposition to the hero. The villain's the fucking dirtbag that's got to go. So oftentimes you have the villain and your antagonist is like the number two. Yes. And in many cases, the antagonist will die doing something to help you, or something along those lines.
Like, Golbez is your antagonist, and you think he's the villain. But no, turns out it was Zeromus, the whatever monster.
Zant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, Zant really dropped the ball, huh?
That helmet was cool.
It was really cool.
That helmet was super cool.
Boy, that character was really cool.
Man,
right up until that fucking second.
Super cool helmet.
They might as well have dubbed in a fucking record scratch.
What a rad helmet.
Boy.
Loving that helmet.
Very evil.
Good threats. We got one coming in. Jason says, DJ Mothman and Professor Bigfoot, don't worry about it, it's a reference. Jason here. Wanted to ask y'all, what's your favorite creative threat from a story? To give you an example, here's my pick from Power Rangers SPD.
Okay.
One of the side characters is a show that's an alien called Piggy. He's a garbage gremlin who runs a restaurant that serves trash. The Rangers sometimes use him as an informant and a source of off-world technology. And there's one episode where they're looking for an escaped criminal. They want to know if there's anything about him in the grapevine. So they go to Piggy's restaurant. He clams up and he says he ain't telling them anything. So Blue leans in real close and says, "Okay." Then he asks for a round of drinks and some appetizers because they're all gonna sit at the big corner table and try to work on the case. And then they don't make any progress. They'll come back for dinner. And they end up loving the restaurant so much they'll bring the whole station in and have rangers in every seat.
Yeah.
So faced with the prospect of them turning the place into a cop bar, Piggy caves and pretty much tells them everything as soon as Blue's done talking.
Yeah.
And he tells them to check the docks. So it's a threat, but it's a good threat.
It's not a threat to a character, it's a threat about a character from Alan Rickman in Robin Hood. Says, "Ooh, that Robin Hood, I'll carve his heart out with a spoon." And his fucking stupid number 2 guy goes, "Why would you use a spoon? Why use a knife?" He goes, "'Cause it would hurt more, idiot." That's the point.
Right.
It's with a spoon. I just love Alan Rickman's fucking delivery on it. It's like he's so annoyed that his sick burn to no one went unrewarded.
And last but not least, Benoit says, "Hey, Super Beast, something has been trotting in my head for a bit. When does passion turn into cringe? When does that Undertale fan theory turn into an Undertale universe fanfic?
Oh, man.
When does the cosplay masquerade turn into Kingdom Hearts parking lot? When does video analysis on a game turn into filming yourself doing skits? Why exactly do smutty VN fans want you guys to like Fate so much? Is the source of cringe just wanting to show off your passion so much that you're willing to look like a weirdo? Stay cool under those 50 feet of snow."
So that is the exact moment. It's the lack of self-perspective.
Right.
It's the instant that your appreciation for something goes beyond your appreciable and understandable level of societal self-respect.
Perhaps when you are lacking in... there's a feeling sometimes of like when you're pushing something and then how the person's being receptive to it, right? And if someone is either clueless but curious, somewhat enthused, or very, very inviting to be like, "Yeah, I want to know more," then that's a cue for you to press on. When they're not, and you continue to press on regardless of the cues you're getting, it means that you're not noticing that the person might not necessarily be interested in the subject matter, but that doesn't matter to you because getting it out of your system is the most important thing.
So let's take, for example, Kingdom Hearts parking lot as it is. I'm going to assume everyone listening to this podcast is familiar. If not, go right ahead and you go on and YouTube Kingdom Hearts parking lot. So,
oh man, a friend of mine showed me a video of her showing that to someone for the first time recently, who's a big Kingdom Hearts fan that never knew. And man. Like, you can hear the pain.
Oh, that's so good.
It's great. It's great.
So, take this video, right? Everybody in that, very, very seriously into Kingdom Hearts, right?
Yeah.
To the point where they would say, "Hey, people are laughing at you about this, right?" And they go, "I don't care. I love Kingdom Hearts so much." One, maybe you should care just a little. Just a little. Don't change your perspective or the way you act in the world, but be aware that people can see you right now, right? And two, the context of that entire thing would completely change. It would not be famous, as it were, if right at the end they went, "Did you get that?" And he went, "Yeah, I got that." And they started chuckling because they had been silly.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So it's not just a lack of perspective.
But that requires an awareness that you can't possibly
But that's my
have
point.
at
That's the
time.
perspective, right?
Yeah.
You have to, if you were acting like a silly jackass, that's fine. But when you don't know that you're acting like a silly jackass, and in fact take affront to the idea that people seeing you know that you're being a silly jackass, that's the line, right? I do and say stupid, embarrassing shit every day because I think it's funny to laugh at me.
Right.
I would not offer myself up for a punchline if I did not get a crack out of it. So, even if something I do is really embarrassing, it can only be so genuinely cringe, right?
I think there's an age where you just don't have the ability to avoid cringe. You're going to do it, and whatever your thing is, whether it's Kingdom Hearts or Foam Adventure or Undertale
or
the Puppet Show.
That's the worst one. I've never gotten more than like a minute through Foam Adventure.
Or for Frodo at your test exams. Like, you're gonna have...
Oh, you watch so many. Well, I mean, I recognize all the ones you're saying, but like, you have them all locked in.
You don't, like, it's going to happen to you, especially if you're the kind of person that is, there's a level of, I don't want to say disconnect, but like, you have to not be someone who has had much value in reading the room. Right, in your life. Like, if you're someone that has basically been like, I've not been in a ton of situations where people kind of feeling like weirdly about what I'm saying or doing, or me like raising my voice and quoting something that nobody else is gonna get right now. Like, if you've been in a lot of situations where that doesn't matter, then you're just a ticking time bomb.
There is both a talent and a skill to reading the room. Some people have it more naturally, other people learn it, right? Like, one of the things that I like to do when I meet a big group of new people, I immediately do something bad.
Sure.
This pushes the button a little.
Sure.
And then I get to see how everyone around takes it. Sure. And if everyone around takes it bad, I'm going to fucking dial it back. But if everyone takes it well, let's just nudge it a little more. Let's just nudge it a little more.
Are you telling me that's deliberate?
Of course it is.
Oh my god, I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a deliberate button push. I didn't know that. Well, that explains a lot.
It explains tons of things.
Okay, interesting.
Like,
I immediately have the reaction. Okay, well, there you go.
You meet somebody and you talk to them for a couple minutes and you get a reading on their base. And then you go, what if I nudge it a little? And if you nudge it a little, and it's like, nuh-uh, you retreat back to, hello, Mrs. Madden, how are you?
Yeah, most people just don't even want to play with that fire. Let's just stay in the nice zone.
But it's fun.
Sure.
It's fun.
Sure. Yeah, turns out Miss Madden's a dirtbag. Who knew, right? But,
oh, no.
But no, the idea ultimately being, though, that, like, yeah, you don't have the capability of you just don't, if you don't have room read as a skill on your fucking...
You're bound to fly into that sun.
You're gonna hit it, right? and the other problem is that it's possible to over-equip room read because...
Yes, it is.
Then you get so paranoid that you just don't want to say or do anything, and then you turn and you over-magnify people being normal.
I talked about Kingdom Hearts to my friend. I think that person over there saw me. Oh, crap.
Yeah, right. You over-magnify the smallest details as something of someone going like, oh my god, what is wrong with you? When it's like, no, they just had something in their eye.
Yeah, it's possible.
So the room read thing is a very balanced,
they had something
delicate...
in their teeth they were trying to get out, and that's why they gave you the stink eye.
It's hard. And when and early on, it's hard to get the balance where you're like, no, they're not. No one, because what you need to conclude ultimately is you have, I can't read the room at all, and then you do something super embarrassing, and everyone goes, what the fuck, and you go, huh! And then that becomes the comic we talked about where you sleep late at night, and then you have that moment waking up, and what about that thing you said that one time?
And that's supposed to be the basis for all your future social shame.
Now you build off of that, and you retreat, and you go the other way, where you go, oh my god, everyone's looking and thinking about me, and they're thinking about what I just said. I just said something really stupid. Oh fuck, and no one gave a shit.
No one gave a
shit. Now you
shit.
have to swing back the other way and have someone go, hey asshole, no one cares about you. You're not that important.
Enough, yeah.
You think you're the main character of this story, of this room.
You're not the protagonist of your own life, jackass.
No one gives a shit what you just said or did. Everyone's too busy living their own life, and you go, oh fuck, and then
then you go to that college party and it's that photo of all those people looking at you.
Yes. But the point is that after these two extremes, you now establish the low end, and then you establish the high end, and then you realize how to float in the middle. But until you establish both ends of that thermometer, you don't know, of that slider rather, you don't know how to balance it.
Now here's the thing, right?
You need both.
What you're describing is events will cause this. However, most of the biggest cringe happens the older a person is, right? So, fucking ventriloquist act at at open mic that makes you want to gouge your fucking eyes out
At school.
right?
In the assembly.
Oh, it was at school?
It was at school.
I never was able to watch very much of it. Right? But that she was what, 16, 17-ish? Was she older?
Must have been 16, 17.
Now, here's the thing. Imagine that same scenario, but that person's
I'm freaking out.
8 years old, right? That's not so bad. That's kind of adorable, right? Like, me and my friend John, when we were in fucking 4th grade, used to fucking act out bits from Final Fantasy VI, just like those fucking Kingdom Hearts kids. Yeah. But we'd be like, that was funny, haha, because we were fucking children.
Yes, I was. My parking lot Kingdom Hearts was Power Rangers in grade 3. You know, yes, you were children running around making child noises.
And you know why that stopped? Because I got real embarrassed around then. And I learned that the human condition is about mitigating public shame.
You had to murder your inner child publicly.
Yes.
And then keep that body buried.
Yes.
It never decomposes and it never rots away, but you have to keep it buried.
That's correct.
Every once in a while an arm flops out.
And you giggle at something like,
but then
a child.
But then you shove it back in the dirt. Yeah. You got to have both. You got to have both extreme experiences. And that's why you know how to cringe. Because you've been there or you've experienced some version of it in your life.
It's why the cringiest things are the ones that are most relatable. It's why stuff like Watamote kills people.
Yes.
Because you can see some of yourself there.
And you know what? If you haven't been there, you're probably not very interesting.
Oh, no. The call out.
I don't know how to say
what
that nicer.
What if the person was always cool?
Yeah, you just always said the cool, and then you hit the jukebox and it played the right song.
That happens. There are people like that.
Yeah, you just always said what everyone wanted, and everyone like, man, you're the fucking best. Yeah, guess what? The person who tells you that story, that's their cringe moment right now because they're remembering a fake thing that never happened. Right? There's the cringe moment on the person. There's the guy we went to fucking college with where his cringe was just lying about how awesome his upbringing was and his childhood was.
Man.
And talking about how fucking sick his high school experience was and how everyone loved him and lifted him up.
A race car?
And he fucking drifted that race car. He drifted.
Did you ever tell that story?
I'm sure I did. He drifted that fucking Hachiroku.
Oh, they gave me the race car to drive.
It was a white Hachiroku. It was a white Honda, just like fucking Takumi. I did the initial D.
Photo. I'm gonna be on the cover of the magazine next week.
Photoshop. Don't worry about the crossed out the face of the person driving the car.
But that's me though.
Legal reasons. Oh boy. Anyway,
oh my god,
that is literally not knowing when you hit the cringe bar and digging further, so that you know how Sephiroth's life bar goes off the screen.
Yeah,
your cringe bar goes off the screen.
I can't even see it anymore.
It's gone. We don't know. You've dug to a whole new layer. But anyway.
Oh my god, you remember that fucking? Oh my god. I remember that guy posted like a picture of his girlfriend.
Excuse me, whatever.
Like playing like Wii in her underwear or something. It was like, yeah, she's pretty hot. That's my girlfriend.
Oh, you mean that famous photo of this girl with a fat ass, like sitting playing a game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my girlfriend.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. Then why can I Google image search this photo and see it everywhere on Google?
Yeah, well, because it's famous. Because she's great. It's my girlfriend.
Cool. Got it. Perfect. Nailed it.
Oh my god.
Anyway, yeah,
I think it was more screwed up that he was telling us that was the girlfriend that we had already met.
Yes.
That was the weirdest part.
I'm like, the proportions of that didn't exist?
That doesn't look like your girlfriend. No, it's her.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, anyway, yeah, if you haven't experienced You know, like those games where it's like the golf games or so. You hit the button and the first is to set the top of the bar.
That's right.
And then the second is to swing it back down. You got to get both ends of it. And if you didn't experience both ends, I don't know.
Then your center's gonna be off.
It's gonna be off. You probably don't know.
If the most embarrassing thing you've ever done is worn the wrong tie to school, guess what? There's so much worse it can go, brother.
You didn't do that one thing that one time at that party that made everyone stop and silently look at you and wonder what the fuck just happened.
What the fuck did you say, dude? Oh, did you do that once?
We talked about this last week.
Wait, what was it?
We talked about this. No, we didn't get into specifics.
Oh, okay.
We just talked about the details, and we all talked about how we slowly die. We slowly die because when you go, what about that one thing I said that one time?
Oh, okay.
And everyone has that moment, and I go straight back to there. Right then, that led to a pregnant pause in the room where about 20 people went, and I'm like,
I've never had that dialogue-wise. I'm lucky. Because I remember a guy we knew that happened to. And it happened to him harder than I've ever heard it happen to anybody.
Oh, boy. I needed to be bathed in it, brah.
Oh.
You don't grow an appreciation for cringe unless you're baptized in it, you know? Anyway.
You ever have that moment where you're like, I need some cringe, and then you hit the cringe, you're like, this is way stronger than I thought it was going to be.
It always, yeah. Oh,
this
yeah.
Is genuinely really uncomfortable.
Because the thing is that, like, I mean, to be honest, there's the stuff that is cringe that I have out there where I'm like, oh god, I have a fucking cringe Metal Gear fan film I made that's back out there.
That's not that bad.
And it's like, yeah, you know what? That wasn't even that bad. And I've got this.
But also, that was like 15 years ago.
Right, and I got and then there's a fucking mecha thing that I just talked about on Woolie Will Figure It Out, where it's like, yeah, that's actually it's not that bad. It's all right.
I mean, there's footage of me like trying to eat a Dorito from last week, and I screwed up, and it just falls all over my chest and dick.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, there's Doritos everywhere, and I was like,
no, it's
that's
the real,
like last week.
Yeah,
that's plenty embarrassing.
No, I'm talking about the real shit. That good shit.
That good shit.
That good shit. From the top shelf.
Ugh.
It's been aging back there for a while.
I don't like it.
And you can smell the cork.
I hate this.
You're like, oh, that's.
This is pretty cringe right now.
Yeah. That's fucking whatever. It's 80 proof. Death cringe.
So yes, the what crosses that line? It's a total lack of self-awareness. Mm-hmm. If you're doing cringe, but you know in your heart that it's cringy, good on you. You're doing it.
Here's the one thing is, as much as I was down and into the whole cringe gauntlets, I haven't seen the 2019 version.
Oh yeah.
So there's probably been some shit in the last 5 years that'll ruin me that I haven't seen yet. So I don't know if I have like a fucking carapace built for 2008.
Did you stop? Oh yeah, I remembered that. There was one day that you and I were talking about watching shit on the internet that made us want to die. And we both came to the conclusion that we need to stop because we're like ruining our souls.
Yeah.
That we were like horribly damaged.
Yeah. And that was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
A lot of things have happened in the last decade.
Yeah, a lot of weird shit has happened.
A lot of new things have happened. So.
And some of our old armor must have fallen off.
Half of it happens in fucking VR chat.
I went and
that went away, huh?
I went out and
that thing sure disappeared.
And hung out in VR chat for a while. It was pretty weird, but I didn't see anything like scandalous.
Caught some bad VR chat cringe for a while. Everybody trying to be funny. Nobody's laughing.
That's dude. Everybody trying to be funny and nobody's laughing might be my favorite cringe. Because it's, hey, heckler, here's the microphone, right?
Yeah.
Drunk heckler.
Yeah.
Here's the microphone.
Or this usually works on 4chan. Why is it not working in real life?
Or whatever this is. All right.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
All right.
Oh, makes me feel good.
What's going on?
What's going on? I'm going to be streaming Tuesday to Friday. Probably Resident Evil 2. Maybe something else. That's over at twitch.tv/angriestpat.
over on Woolie Versus, I've got Katamari drawing to a near close. I've got Zone of the Enders also ramping up to its climax, and new experiences, big fun times, and cool shit happening with that. And JoJo's seventh stand user continues on as well. Plus, tomorrow on Woolie Versus on Twitch, get into fighting games. Gonna be sitting down with one Posh P, who's a known anime player. Awesome.
He plays anime.
He plays some good anime. He competes very good in the Guilty Gears. He competes very good in the Blaze Blues. And he's also working on his own little fun mini game called Foozies, which is all about teaching footsies. So we're going to be looking at that stuff, particularly Blaze Blue, tomorrow in depth with a pro Blaze Blue player.
Oh my goodness. On
the stream. So tune in for me and Reggie and our boy, and we're going to be doing that tomorrow. Over
that sounds cool, man.
Yeah. And I think I'm probably going to put out another Woolie. We'll figure it out this week as well.
Oh, cool. That's a podcast.
That's a podcast. Yeah, that's Woolie Versus pretty much for all that info.
Cool.
This is a long one.
Is it?
Yeah.
We bantered about the memories much of today.
This is one of those old school high length fucking potters.
Yeah, give me that high length.
We did a high length potter this week.
Yeah.
I mean, if we banter for another exactly
4 minutes,
we're gonna hit that 4:30 mark.
Oh, I like that 4:30.
You like that 4:30?
Man, 4:30 was a good time when I was a child.
What was 4:30?
4:30 was I'm home from school because school lets out at 3:30, and I'm done with all my bullshit.
4:30 was Gargoyles just finished, and Ronin Warriors is about to start.
Yeah, I remember getting home for 4 and like fucking Gargoyles.
That was 4:30.
Man.
That was 4:30.
Oh man.
4:30 was ABC 22 with our garbage resolution. Like Channel 22 was always fuzzy for us. ABC was always super duper fuzzy. So those cartoons were always fuzzy as well, and the audio sounded like it was coming through a fucking tin can.
Yeah.
But it has a feeling associated with that.
4:30 was time to go downstairs and start playing a game with not enough time to get to a save point before dinner happens at 5:15 to 5:30, leading to the always appropriate. No, you can't say. I can't.
Yeah.
You won't save.
Yeah.
No, I know you don't care, but
just leave it on.
No, I can't. It doesn't work.
Turn off the TV and leave it on.
No.
Yeah. That's how we did it. I remember borrowing my friend's PS2 to play Namco X Capcom with no memory card, getting to 50 fucking missions into that gigantic long game, not having the ability to save, so I just left the goddamn thing on for a weekend. It was brutal.
That's an Iron Man run.
It was rough.
That's fucking dope.
That game doesn't end. 4:30. 4:30.
You know what that is? It's 10 more than 4:20, bro. Fuck all you people.
4:30 was the last show I was going to get to watch without conflict, because around 5 o'clock was Power Rangers, and we would want to watch Power Rangers, but then my cousins would want to watch Rap City, and we would have to fight switching between Rap City and Power Rangers.
That sounds awful. Switching between the two sounds like the worst of all worlds for everyone.
Exactly, because we would basically catch the middle break, so we'd skip the intro setup, we'd see who the monster of the day was after they started fighting Angel Grove, and then we'd see the beginning of the fight, but then the Megazord shit would all be at the end, and then I'd miss it because Rap City.
Oh, what the fuck is Rap City?
It's literally it's exactly what it sounds like.
It's a city based on rap.
I mean, now it's a restaurant that sells wraps.
Okay.
But back then,
that's pretty good.
It was on Much Music, which is Canadian MTV.
Yeah.
And Canadian MTV would be music television.
Yeah.
And it'd be all about
rap.
It'd be about rap.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But then, it's like, if only there was some sort of picture-in-picture.
If only.
That could show us both things.
Yeah, that would never have been
at the same time
for anyone. Like that, like no
Back
one.
then, it seemed like a fucking miracle feature.
Yeah. Now I have 2 monitors for that shit. Do I need to watch my stupid animes while I grind this crap? Yes, I do.
It feels like wars would have ended if we had picture-in-picture in my house full of screaming teenagers back in the day. But alas, we did not. And when it finally came along, I didn't really appreciate it.
You had successfully eaten the remainder of your competitors.
I do remember playing Wind Waker picture-in-picture while my brother was playing something else, though. I think so. That was
That's
cool.
fucking crazy.
Yeah, we were playing video games picture-in-picture for a while. It was fun.
That sounds like the fucking worst.
It was either that or fight, and that's how we fucking hashed it out.
You trade off or what?
No. We figured it out, and there we go. 4:30.
We did it.
Yeah.
We added to the length.